Planning Commission to order at approximately 6:38. Commissioners, you received your September 7th, 2022 meeting minutes in the packages. Are there any changes, additions, deletions?
Second.
Been moved and second for approval of the September 7th meeting minutes. All those in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. Just for everyone I'm changing the agenda for tonight's meeting. The items number 1 and 2 is under old and new business. We're going to move that to the end of the meeting. We feel that it might be a monthly procedure here, process. And we're going to start with item number 2 under new business. So that's item number 2 is a special exception application for 1725 Walnut Street. It's zone RM, filed by Fern Wilcox and Day Store Center for Spiritual Recovery. This is to establish a supportive housing family use. It requires relief from the off-street parking requirement. And if the applicants are here, could they come and sit up here?
Where do you want me?
Right where it says applicants. If she would here,
I can just wave to her. That would be okay.
you have anything to say, you have to.
I'll go.
So the applicant, they're proposing to do a by right use, which is supportive family use. What the request is for relief from the off-street parking requirements. So this property at 1725 Walnut Street is a 0.02 acre lot featuring a 3-story, 1,664 square foot brick structure, which was constructed circa 1910. The property is bounded by Walnut Street to the north, the property at 1727 Walnut Street to the east, the property at 88 North 18th Street to the south, and the property at 1723 Walnut Street to the west. Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved with the following conditions. Condition 1, the property shall maintain all required licenses or certifications under any applicable federal, state, or county regulations authorizing the use as a supportive housing for individuals with disabilities. If at any point in time such licenses or certificates expire or revoked, the subject property shall cease to function as a supportive family use. Condition 2, the applicant shall maintain and effectively enforce program restrictions prohibiting vehicle use for residents living at the property. Condition 3, the applicants will coordinate with the Department of Public Works to ensure that the account billing is updated to reflect the new use. Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the following reasons. Reason 1, the applicant has an established history with the city of operating similar uses within compliance with all city regulations and has provided sufficient state licenses to operate the proposed use by right. Reason 2, the proposed use will generate similar demand to the on-street parking supply as a by right single-family dwelling, given the applicant will not permit residents to have a personal vehicle while living at the subject property.
Thank you, staff. Could you state your name, your address, and your relationship to the project?
My name is Fern Wilcox. My address is 1598 Reading Road, Moton, Pennsylvania, 19540.
Relationship to the project.
Yeah.
My name is Kate Tannenbaum. My address is 6110 Somerton Drive, Mechanicsburg, PA 17050. I'm the CEO of Daystar Center. Oh, you're the CEO. I'm the CFO.
Oh, we're not nervous.
I had one thing to say and I messed it up.
You both heard the staff report. with the conditions, or you acceptable with the conditions? Maybe if you could take a minute or so and just explain a little more of what you do, basically.
Sure. Daystar Center is a 3 to 6 month drug and alcohol treatment facility, and we are located at 125 North 18th Street. The property on Walnut will be supportive living for after they complete our program, which means they'll have anywhere from 6 months to a year in recovery by the time they get there. We don't allow any other people in there. It's just for our folks to successfully complete treatment. So when they leave treatment, they're basically homeless. They do get employment while they're at Daystar. So they have jobs. When they move over to there, they'll be employed. And then we continue to help them and also help them find safe, suitable housing when it's time for them to leave Walnut Street.
Thank you. Commissioners, I have no questions at this time. We're going to go to commissioners first. And we'll start with Commissioner McKenzie.
Thank you. Just a real short question. Is this a new operation at that site for you, or have you had other uses at that building?
No, we've been there since 2010. I inherited it when I became the CEO, and it didn't have everything that was required. At the time, we checked with the city to see how many people we could put there, and it was 2. So we stayed with 2 because 2 was better than none. We also have another recovery house in Pembroke on Canby Street. So most of the people went there. For whatever reason, most of the folks like to go to Walnut Street because it's still close to our facility. And if they have any problems, they can run right over. So
Thank you.
we've been up and running for a long time, and we recently, state government required that which is a good thing, all recovery homes be licensed. So we've recently received our license too.
And I would note the licensing, that is a requirement in our zoning code to have this supportive family housing. This can be an issue that comes up where people are trying to do rooming houses and claiming that they're a supportive family, which is by right in a lot of parts of the city. So that's a clear distinction of what they're doing, where they just need the relief for the parking. So if they had a parking spot, they actually wouldn't even be here today. Just to clarify.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Toole.
If you are one of the site, I apologize. How many do you anticipate, how many residents do you anticipate in there?
Just 5.
Just 5. What anticipate in the average stay?
Average stay tends to be a year. Depends on the housing market. You know, they're working, they pay us rent. It's $100 a week to stay there. They receive counseling and all that stuff still, but it's hard for folks nowadays to save to get enough money to get their own apartment. Right.
And no resolutions. Oh, no, I just want to comment that it looks like you made sensitive effort to contact the neighbors.
Yes.
So I was like to see that. I'm sure that's a good sign.
Yeah, we get along with the neighbors pretty well.
Commissioner Reed.
The residents come to Daystar from other 30-day treatment facilities. We're long-term care, meaning life skills, employment, budget, teaching people how to live or reteaching them how to live.
Commissioner Murray.
Just one question that sort of adds on to what Mr. O'Toole was asking. So what is 5 the maximum capacity that you can hold in that house, or would there be more growth?
That's all we want to hold.
Okay.
I don't like cramming people in, you know, it's their home. I want them to feel comfortable, so we're good with that.
Do we have a limit built into the code at all?
Believe it would be 8 for where codes would actually have to require sprinkling and a lot of other different standards that would make it very costly for them.
All right. And,
For fire issues, we have installed bolted into the building, escape ladders.
that was my only question. I don't have any.
I'm gonna go to the public to see if anyone is for or against this project. Joe, state your name and start to my left. One in the center.
I'll make a motion to approve with conditions.
Second.
The new second. For approval of this project. All those in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Your next up will be zoning here and board of AP. Yep. Thank you. Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Good save.
Okay, we're going to go to item number 3. This is a variance application for 416 and 418 Foster Street. This is zone CN, filed by Leslie Ann Musgrave and Jamel Properties LLC. It's to convert the existing commercial building to an 8-unit multifamily dwelling use as far as a variance to exceed the allowable density on site. Those applicants.
So the applicant is proposing to convert the existing commercial building into an 8-unit multifamily dwelling, which requires a variance to exceed the allowable density on site per section 7-307.3 of the zoning code. So the property at 416 and 418 Forester Street is a 0.09 acre site comprised of 2 deed consolidated parcels featuring 2 connected buildings. One a 2-story brick structure, the other a 2.5-story masonry structure, totaling 3,728 square feet total, which were constructed sometime prior to 1900. The property is bounded by Pear Street to the north, the property at 420 Forester Street to the east, Forester Street to the south, and Plum Street to the west. Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be denied for the following reasons. Reason 1, the subject property could be reasonably reused within conformity of the zoning code without the granting of a variance to exceed the allowable lot density per unit and is not the minimum variance to afford relief. Reason 2, the applicant has not provided sufficient justification, such as a pro forma indicating the requested relief is needed to reuse the property. Reason 3, the proposed intensity related to the number of units within the subject structure is inconsistent with the context of the surrounding community. The applicant should consider providing a configuration that includes a variety of units and layouts that offer some multi-bedroom units. So essentially, just to elaborate a little bit on those reasons. So this building is, around 3,728 square feet. It is zoned commercial neighborhood. So they could have 3 units in here by right, potentially even a commercial space mixed in. So right now, as proposed, the units are going to be smaller than 466 square foot, not including common areas. So I know the applicant, they did propose this as sort of a different, unique concept. I tried to include their materials, kind of explaining that to a little bit different housing options, which I'm sure the applicant will elaborate on. So just looking in the context, the area, we feel it is a good concept, but perhaps it would make more sense, in a more dense area such as downtown or where it could be by right. Additionally, just viewing the property that there is, it could be reused without relief. And that's something that's kind of viewed when we look at these applications.
Could you state your name, address, and your relationship to the project?
Address 3100 Dairy Street, Harrisburg. And I am the Chief Strategy Officer for Zamel.
You heard the staff report denying the project. You explained to the commissioners of why we should not deny it.
Yeah, we're at this property, we're looking to create a micro.
You, talking.
Is it on? I'm sorry. Yes, at this, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, at this
You're
property,
on.
at this property, we're looking to put together a micro suite concept. So a micro suite is akin to a studio apartment, about around 350 square feet per unit. So we feel like it would be a more affordable option to give smaller spaces at a more affordable rate. So that's why we're proposing this option.
I'm not having no questions at this time. I'm gonna go to my commissioners, Commissioner Kennedy.
I guess it's a question for staff. Our parking requirement in that location in CN is,
There's no parking
There's none.
requirement.
That's what I'm-
The applicant does have some parking on site. I can't remember the exact number.
Five spaces.
Yeah, 5 spaces within the code, thank you. But yeah, there's no requirement for parking.
that's the first question. I guess I struggle with the sizes, and unfortunately, I'm not immediately seeing the area marked on your plans of what each unit is going to be. I don't know if you can read those off, or maybe it's here and I'm just missing it.
I mean, each unit is as I mentioned, an apartment, roughly around 350 square feet.
How much was that?
350 square feet. It does include everything inside the unit, so it's fully furnished. All bills are included, utilities, so that's electric, gas, water. We provide Wi-Fi, internet, it also will be included. So basically, essentially, someone is just paying one bill to live in this space for however long they want to.
Are these being leased weekly, monthly?
Monthly.
Monthly, okay. They start to sound an awful lot like a hotel room, I guess is the
Yeah,
question. then.
it's yes, that's where some of the concepts, in other major cities like Philadelphia, New York, Texas, and Houston and so forth, they have some of these they call them micro apartments. So it's like, as I said, it's a smaller space and it's usually cheaper. So instead of, a studio 1 bedroom, you get a smaller space for a cheaper amount per month.
No other questions right now.
Commissioner O'Toole.
Jacob, you say it's 3 units per building, am I right?
If both buildings were consolidated together, they could have 3 units in them. 'Cause right now it's 2 separate parcels. There was never a lot consolidation, even though the deeds put together, but if you combined it, you could do 3 in there by right. And hypothetically, you could do a commercial space, do like a mixed use building, and still have 3 dwelling units in there.
For the most recent use.
I know there's a coffee shop is in there, and I believe there's some offices kind of mixed in there with the coffee shop. It was Capital Joe, formerly. That's why it's not there.
Right. Yeah. I didn't hear what it said. All right, now, like Mark, I have a problem with this. Sounds like an interesting concept, and what James said in other parts of town,
Okay.
acceptable by code. But we have the regulations for various reasons, so you bring eight people in that support parking for the neighborhood, like a lot of spots.
Mhm.
I'm sure parking's a. Yes, I'm just using that as an example of why we're concerned.
Okay.
I see no hardship for this. it could probably be converted to 3. We would probably need as far as 4 units or something. Like that. It's pretty.
Okay.
So.
Commissioner Reed, Commissioner Murray.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not opposed to the concept of introducing this type of housing into Harrisburg. And as been mentioned, seeing it in downtown spaces might be more appropriate. It is difficult to look at this particular these 2 parcels and allow the 8 units when I'm not sure where the hardship is. We could easily look at 3 to 4. I mean, I understand that the building has some challenges. It is a shared space, it looks like up top. I mean, how are there multiple utility boxes?
Currently there isn't, there's just one.
It's just one.
Just one, yes. So, but the property is configured in a way that it could be easily converted into apartments. There's 5 separate entrances, emergency exit, and one off of the 2nd floor in the back already built into the property.
I would note on that, in the planning bureau, we would, looking at this property review, I mean, we would be supportive of a lesser relief. So if they were trying to do 4 units, one on
Right.
top, one on bottom each side, we think that'd be very appropriate. Wouldn't be really asking for too much relief at that point. Like Commissioner Merrick said, the property is a little bit unique, how it's kind of a shared connected space. So there is some justification here for some type of variance. It's just the amount of relief we felt was a little bit excessive. And also if they go over, that's a commercial structure. So if they go over 4, so they can do 4, but if they go to 5, they actually have to submit a land development plan as well. So if they got approved as 8 units, they'd have to go through the land development process, just it's over that number of units.
I was just trying to think. Kind of just think through the building space and configurations to understand, what the hardships might be and challenges with the presenting unit, buildings and how they're or what they're walking into buying here.
I think post-COVID, one hardship we got sort of kind of that getting a commercial tenant in there isn't sometimes not as easy as it used to be. And for that reason, I would probably go for vintage 5.
Yeah. Do you have any affiliation I did read through the article that was part of our packet about, this concept being done in Lancaster. Do you have any affiliation with these folks or this?
No, I
business?
don't. I was just showing it as a reference.
Okay. I mean, is this exactly what you are looking to emulate?
Or it's emulate, same thing.
Okay.
Except
And it
our
looks-
space would be a little bigger than theirs. There's like 260.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to sort out. And it is, I will echo Vern's comments. It is difficult because there aren't square footages noted in each unit space. So I was trying to do some quick math, looking at the existing square footage that's accounted for in the existing rooms. I mean, some of these look like they'd be less than 300 square feet.
Each, the minimum would be around 315.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sorry about that. That was not adding that.
Something that maybe the city can look to in the future is the fact that, Lancaster in their codes and approvals, they have specific square footage that's allowable for when it comes to these types of applications, whereas we don't. Right? We look at this, it's a density situation. Yeah. So they're allowing for minimum sizes of 400 square feet, which again,
I would do a suggestion to the applicant as well as perhaps consider having a diversity of units. Maybe they can have this concept for a smaller unit for 2 of the units, where they're having, something that's more affordable with a similar concept, and then have maybe a multi-bedroom unit or 2 multi-bedroom units in the site. So that they could kind of have their vision, but also be more appropriate in the neighborhood.
What is the, I mean, the smell, this really reads like a description for an Airbnb hotel.
And that, yeah, that was
The
one
ones
of the
I'm familiar
concerns.
with, and since it's not a long-term lease, it's a month-to-month lease. I guess the question becomes, I think once you reach 30 days typically, and I know how Harrisburg's set up, if it's 29 days or less, you're paying hotel tax. And you go to 30 days for the lease to avoid the hotel tax.
Right.
So I'm just,
Right, we deal with that with some of our other people who set themselves up as innkeepers.
right,
So they claim they're not apartments, but they also don't give any money to the county for hotel tax. So they try to avoid both ends of the spectrum. So
right. Now, if you're running it through Airbnb, I believe it's under 30 days, they collect it and remit it to the county.
I believe that is still optional.
Oh, okay,
The Department of Revenue was debating with them, but last I knew, it was optional.
okay.
So
And speaking for our zoning code, we don't have a time frame of what's considered short-term, long-term. We don't define that. Typically, if you look at other municipalities, it's usually 30 days as short-term. So the zoning officer, I would interpret 30 days as a short-term rental at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new direction, the whole Airbnb and the whole thing in the gig economy now with, medical folks that are moving around looking for 60-day rentals, 90-day rentals. I mean, I get it. My problem, or the problem you present for us, again, if we work on a basis that it will look like what you're saying here, is the precedential issue it creates with perhaps other lesser developers in town, where we've spent a great deal of time trying to deal with unit sizes and creating appropriate, livable units. And that's probably where I struggle.
The other two buildings.
Option to purchase. Yep, we have a closing date.
To consider, if you would, it's possible to reconsider, reconfigure some of these units, the layout, sizing.
Max with the minimum amount the board recommend.
I believe the planning bureau would be the best people to weigh in on that.
And I'd be happy to sit down with you and, go over that with the planning director as well, or hash out ideas. That's usually what we do. Set ideas and people come in.
Before I get into the public, my thoughts are similar to the other commissioners. Maybe if you could work with the staff. Compromise, because it is a different concept. The other problem is always had problem with parking. You have 8 units. My proposal is to work it down. And maybe if you could deal with 4 units. So that might work. But at this point, basically, I would not be in favor of it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the public first. Is there anyone for or against this project? Anyone in the middle? Anyone? Commissioner, that's my thoughts on it. You're willing to do that.
Yes. Yes, I'm looking forward, Jacob on further options.
Yeah, listen, I think we. And we brought the vote, we denied, so I'm gonna get a motion to continue. That makes sense.
You're going to vote to deny
I
it?
think if it's acceptable to the applicant.
Yeah, well, that's what it'd be. You can.
Yes, continuation, please.
Like that, it's all. Yeah. the votes.
Okay.
Continue to work with Jake and try to come up with something
Okay.
You do need to be cognizant of the zoning code clock, so. Yeah. So the continuance can't be very long, or that has to be agreed to extend that clock as well. You have 90 days, well, they have 90 days to have it in front of the zoning code. From, so.
Thank you.
Actually, it'll be this Friday for the November meeting. You see when the next submission? Oh, I'm sorry. So they submitted, it would have been, yeah, thank you. September 2nd, yeah.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
The acquiescence of the applicant, I move.
There a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second to continue this project. All those in favor, state by saying aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Work with them. Right.
Shoot me an email. We can schedule time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're on item number 4. This is a variance application for 1510 Market Street in Zone RM. It's filed by Shalom Properties to convert and redevelop the existing place of worship to a 14-room supportive housing facility. Use with shared living facilities and accessory supportive services. Requires 2 variants. The applicants here for 1510.
So the applicant is proposing to convert and redevelop an existing place of worship into a 14-room supportive housing facility with shared living facilities and accessory supportive services, which requires a variance per section 7-305.7 of the zoning code. The property at 1510 Market Street is a 0.23 acre lot with a 3-story, 17,936 square foot brick structure, which was constructed 1910 with an addition on the western elevation constructed circa 1955. The property is bounded by Ethel Alley to the north, North 16th Street to the east, Market Street to the south, and the property at 1504 Market Street to the west. Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved with the following conditions. Condition 1, the applicant will receive approval from the Planning Commission and City Council for the accompanying land development application and will incorporate any conditions adopted in the approval of that application. Condition 2, the applicant will provide a written lease agreement to the Planning Bureau that indicates at least 6 off-street parking spaces within 500 feet of the proposed use to meet the parking requirements outlined in section 7-327.6A of the zoning code. Condition 3, the applicant will coordinate with the Department of Public Works to ensure that the account billing is updated to reflect the new use. Condition 4, the applicant is required to obtain or show any license or certification that may be required to obtain to operate the proposed facility. Plan Bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the following reasons. Reason 1, the proposal will provide critical housing to women and children facing homelessness in a way that is compatible with both the property and the surrounding community. Reason 2, the proposal will adaptively reuse a property which has demonstrated physical hardship based on the overall large size and configuration that would otherwise be challenging to use within strict conformity of the zoning code. So just to elaborate a little bit on condition 2 regarding the parking, we can touch on this a little bit in the land development. So the applicant does have an accessory parking lot across the street. Currently, they use the parking they have a daycare facility. It's actually in that newer addition that's on the building itself. So they were actually before you guys got a special exception for that in the past. So the issue with the parking lot is that currently there's not enough space for circulation. They have 12 spots in there. So that'll be a condition in the land development plan is actually to correct that because there's only enough room for 40 spaces, given that it's 40 feet in width. I'm sorry, it's only enough room for 6 spaces. So the applicant had indicated there's an additional parking lot also across the street that's ran by an existing church. And they indicated that they would be able to secure a parking lease for the required 6 spots for this use. So that's something they'll have to provide pretty soon before going to zoning. That's why you don't see requests for off-street parking in this application. So just wanted to clarify that's why condition 2 is in there.
Jacob, what's the required parking?
So for a supportive housing facility, there's a parking requirement of it is 1 space for each 4 units or bedrooms, and then 1 space for each full-time employee. So since they're proposing to have 14 units, that rounds up to requiring 6 spaces, including they indicated 2 employees. So that totals out to 6. And I would imagine with the daycare center as well, the times would probably overlap a bit. So, I mean, they would overlap some, but then there also probably be in the evening hours available parking if residents were to have vehicles, which I would imagine most of them probably wouldn't. But if they did, there would be parking available for the daycare center parking that the applicant owns.
Could you state your name, address, and relationship to the project?
Hi, Kyla Harvey. My address is 230 Palm Ridge Drive North in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Relationship to the project?
I am the executive director for Shalom House and Shalom Properties.
Okay. You heard the staff report. They have 4 conditions. Are you acceptable of those conditions?
Yes.
Did you want to add anything to the report?
No. It was very clear. We currently have an emergency shelter on 15th Street, and with the housing crisis, we're just looking to be a resource to women and children experiencing homelessness. And with us owning the space, it just is a great fit for us to be able to include some more sheltering space as well as transitional housing.
I guess this is similar to the other housing, only you're specifically dealing with women and children.
Yes, correct. So homeless women and children.
That's questions I all have right at this time. The commissioners, did I start with Commissioner McKenzie?
Thank you. You're currently operating how many beds at the other location?
At the other location, we have 21 beds.
Okay, and this will be how many? in addition?
This will be 14.
14, okay. Yeah, it seems like an appropriate intervention within a historic building. You're preserving a lot of the elements without, you're not attempting to go for historic tax credits or anything.
We're not.
Okay, just saying, because I'm trying to convert an 1880s church right now, and we're dealing with the National Park Service on tax credits, and they're really crazy
Oh, okay.
about
Yeah.
what you do with these sanctuaries and if what Rojan was saying, because what you did here would be a solution they'd probably accept.
Oh, well, maybe
Just the way you inserted as the 1 floor element in there. So I was going to compliment you if that's what you were doing. But,
we are trying to maintain all of the physical as much of.
there's a
the
lot of nice
physical
features there, sure.
characteristics. Yeah.
Homey and warming. One question, how do you, I guess, I'm seeing one bathtub and 1 shower, or,
So actually, there will be a game shower and then a smaller bathroom for moms with younger children who can shower. So there's in the design, there should be a game shower, and then
Okay.
next to that, a smaller.
okay, it might be, I'm not, we have the ground floor. We just
Okay.
have, I think, the sanctuary in our plan here. So you'll codes will force you to do what you have to
Okay.
do there. I was just curious. I wasn't seeing it, so.
The applicant has had preliminary meetings with the deputy code administrator as well. So we've kind of all been working together on this.
No other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Toole?
I am not sure. I know we purchased it in 2019, and that was prior to me coming on board as executive director.
It's not.
Commissioner Reed,
No, I have no question. I'm not familiar with the service.
Commissioner Merritt,
Thanks. Overall, I'm generally supportive of the work that Shalom House does and, with this project, a couple questions would be, so this does sound somewhat similar to the first application we just heard. So what is the proposed amount of time that women will be staying in these units?
So it'll be a mixed housing use, so 6 of the rooms will be emergency shelter and will follow like that 21 days. However,
Because they have a specific designation time limit.
yes, however, with the housing crisis and the market, our ladies have been staying well past that time frame. So this just gives us extra beds to hold families in those emergency situations. The other units will be used for transitional housing and the ladies will be able to stay up to a year.
That's the only other, I think that's the only question I had.
thank you. Go to the public, if anyone has any for or against the project, please stand and state your name and I'm assuming there's no one to my left. Is there anyone in the middle? Commissioners, again, this is pretty straightforward. And I guess Commissioner Tula said the change in times, the churches are all converting into churches, or not churches, other activities. Could I get a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Now this is 2 votes, right? There's a second on the next page.
Oh,
This is
is it?
just the variance, right?
We're just voting on the variance.
All right, this is the variance. All those in favor, state by saying aye. Opposed? Thank you. And this is the land development application for 1510 Market Street. It's all by Shalom Properties to convert and redevelop an existing place of worship into 14-room supportive housing facility used with shared living facilities and accessory supportive service.
So I just want to note that the land development is required for this use because it is a structure that's over 10,000 square feet. Where they're substantially altering it and doing a change of use. So that's why we have to go through this additional process. So the Planning Bureau staff also recommends the request be approved for the following reasons. Reason 1, excuse me, Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved with the following conditions. Condition 1, the applicant shall coordinate with Planning Bureau staff to bring the parking lot at 1513 Market Street into conformance with the design standards for off-street parking, which will improve traffic circulation while discouraging vehicle egress and ingress over the public sidewalk area. Condition 2, the applicant shall coordinate with the city to remove the non-permitted gravel and bring the property into conformance with the zoning code. Condition 3, the applicant will coordinate with the Department of Public Works to ensure the account billing reflects the establishment of active use on site. Condition 4, the applicant will provide the Planning Bureau with any documentation related to the lease of spaces in the surface parking lot at 1513 Market Street. Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the following reasons. The reason 1, the proposal will provide critical housing to women and children facing homelessness in a way that is compatible with both the property and surrounding community. Reason 2, the proposal will adaptively reuse a property which has demonstrated physical hardship based on the overall large size and configuration that would otherwise be challenging to use within strict conformity of the zoning code. And reason 3, if approved with conditions, 1 and 2, the proposed project would bring 2 adjacent properties into compliance with the zoning code, improving stormwater management, traffic circulation, and aesthetics within the surrounding neighborhood. So just to elaborate a little bit on the condition 2 regarding the gravel, that is actually directly behind the church, not the accessory parking lot. So they actually have a playground behind there with an additional parcel that they obtained from HRA. So one of those parcels has been gravelled in, which isn't permitted in the city. So basically that condition would be to remove that gravel and bring that lot into compliance. And then the condition 1 regarding the accessory parking lot at 513, that's where I had pointed out where basically it had been configured in a way that's not permitted, where basically you have to go through another parking lot to get in there or drive over top the sidewalk to access the lot. So that condition will be working with the applicant to just address those issues.
Thank you. You heard the staff report on the conditions on this one. Are you acceptable with this?
Yes.
And did you want to add anything to? Commissioners, I have no questions at this time, so we'll start with Commissioner Kennedy.
No questions. I think it makes sense. What's being said.
Commissioner O'Toole,
Burns in favor.
break that from the minutes. Commissioner Reed,
No question.
Commissioner Green. Commissioner
Oh.
Murray.
Have any comments?
She does. She said you're welcome to the candy. She texted me.
Oh, did
Oh,
she?
Yeah.
Aw.
So,
We'll see how late this meeting goes, right? Yeah, right.
2 hours we might need it.
Sorry, I'm in agreement with the conditions listed, so. Oh.
Okay, with that, is there anyone in the public for or against this project? Left? Anyone in the middle? Commissioners?
Motion to approve with conditions.
Move the second for approval of this project with the 4 conditions. All those in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
thank you. Right in time for Tiffany.
At least 2016.
I'm telling you, that's not true.
What's that?
Well,
Well, I thought they could like this. I don't know what they.
I believe the applicant's passing around revised site plans that I transmitted to you guys yesterday. So they. Yes, yep. They're just giving you hard copies of that. And they made some minor revisions with some of the setbacks. And I believe they changed some measurements, if I'm not correct. There wasn't anything like substantial changes in here, so but the case report and what you have is based on the previous site plan. Just
It's still.
Oh, it's. That's simply opposed to that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So it's number 1.
They're just small. They're small.
Okay, we'll start with the under old business. We'll start with that one first. This is a variance and special exception application for Capitol Heights Phase 2. Located on 41 parcels or 9 proposed sites in the blocks. Generally bounded by Hamilton Street to the north, North Fifth Street to the east, Harris Street to the south, Logan Street to the west, zone RM, filed by Chris Price and David Long with Midtown Development LLC. This to request variance zoning relief, use of development regulations required for the construction for townhomes, 76 multifamily dwellings, 9,557 square feet of commercial space, and 95 off-street parking.
So for this project, given the complexity and number of the buildings, if it's okay with the board, I'm just gonna give a quick overview of the project. And then I believe it would make sense to go through each building, like we did during the special meeting. So for each building, I will just give, I'll just give a brief overview as we go to each building instead of reading through all the conditions. So I'm just gonna start with building 2. I'm just going to give you a brief overview, the conditions, kind of our regular process. And then when we go to the next discussion for the next building, I will do the same thing, if that makes sense. So for building 2, the applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use building with 6-bedroom dwelling units, 3,600 square feet of first floor commercial space, and a 12. Yep. Site did include
On
a,
the title block.
and I also included, I believe it would be in your brief, and also in the case report, I created a development location map. Yes, just to kind of label. Yeah, and I would recommend taking a look at that as we kind of go through this. So that should be in your case report and the project brief as well. So I'll just pause for a second so you guys can get your bearings. Let me know when you all. It's in both.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone good? Okay. Yep, it can get a little tricky keeping track here. And also just a note again, building 1 was previously approved as 1610 North 4th Street. So that's why this is starting with building 2. So the project site for building 2 is approximately 0.21 acres and is comprised of a public right-of-way known as Judd Alley and 8 vacant parcels addressed as 1624 through 1628 North 4th Street, 1628 and 1638 rear 4th Street, 1631 Logan Street, 1625 Logan Street, and 328 Clinton Street. The project site is generally bounded by the properties at 1640 and 1630 North 4th Street to the north, North 4th Street to the east, Clinton Street to the south, and the properties at 326 Clinton Street and 1625 Logan Street to the west. The Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved with the following conditions. If granted approval for the zoning relief request, the applicant will subsequently file a preliminary lot consolidation and land development plan and a street vacation for the rights of way to the site and receive approval from the Planning Commission and City Council. Condition 2, the applicant shall construct the proposed parking lot with pervious materials to mitigate the effects of stormwater runoff. If the site cannot accommodate pervious materials, the applicant must provide sufficient documentation. The Planning Bureau staff indicating proof that the subject site cannot use pervious materials. Condition 3, the applicant or future tenants shall file any necessary zoning relief for the proposed first floor commercial space for future uses that are not permitted by right within the RM district. Condition 4, the applicant will coordinate with the Department of Public Works to confirm the appropriate size and location of refuse collection on site and update the billing accounts to reflect the new use. Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the following reasons. Reason 1, approval of the proposal will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood and is in fact will bring benefits by developing a long vacant lot, providing new off-street parking for residents, installing and improving sidewalks with adjacent property. Reason 2, the proposed project will provide much needed multi-bedroom housing units to the community while also increasing the customer base for nearby local businesses. Reason 3, the subject parcels to be consolidated demonstrate unique circumstances in terms of configuration, access, contributing to physical hardship, necessitating the requested variance to facilitate a reasonable reuse of the property. Again, these are just for building 2. And also I'd like to suggest so the conditions for the buildings for this project, for condition 1 about requiring the land development plan. And then condition 4 for coordinating with public works. I would suggest that see if the applicant is agreeable for those conditions at all the building sites in this application. That way I don't have to keep repeating these to save some time. Just a suggestion. Yes.
You state your name, your address, and relationship.
Yep, it is Matt Long. I am Vice President of Midtown Redevelopment LLC. My address is 126 Walnut Street, Harrisburg.
Did you want to sit?
I'm sorry.
Speak in the mic.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. My name is Matt Krupp, counsel for the applicant. I live at 258 North Street, Harrisburg City.
Is there anyone else?
Richard Gerbil. 1704 Fox Hunt Lane, Inglestown, and I'm here as a consultant.
You gentlemen all heard the staff report with the conditions. Are you acceptable of those conditions?
Yes.
Did you want to add anything else?
As we just, I apologize. I know you and Vern went out to the previous meeting. As we discussed before, this entire project has been several years of planning to develop a mixture of different units ranging from affordable to market rate, commercial space, and of course, senior living as was previously approved. This building in particular is a mixed use building. It's kind of an odd lot that has some space behind it that we're able to utilize as a parking lot and all for first floor commercial. This building 2, 3, and 4 were designed specifically to have that storefront on the first floor to increase foot traffic in the area and to bring more businesses in for continued growth.
I know this is a question at this time. Even though I did this to get meeting, but I'll catch up. Commissioner Vincent?
Nothing specifically at this time.
Commissioner O'Toole? Commissioner Reed? Commissioner
months now, and that last meeting was very helpful to understand everything going on. I guess I would ask, only because we just got some of these revisions.
Mhm.
I didn't have a chance to look at.
Yep.
I got them late yesterday. But thank you for like bringing them up today.
Yep.
So I was just wondering, could we maybe focus on what some of those changes?
Yep.
That have been made since the last meeting to kind of bring us up to speed, because it does look like you brought a couple things into
Yep.
maybe more alignment with what the Bureau was asking for, to remove some of their concerns.
Correct. In Capitol Heights, building 2, 3, and 4, the only things that changed was the parking orientation and a property line adjustment on building 1. Building 1, when surveyed, was actually about 16 feet bigger than previously shown. So we increased the footprint and updated the setbacks to match the prevailing, and then changed the parking orientation from angled spaces to straight spaces. Building 2, I don't believe there was any change. Might have been an adjustment on the property line measurements. Building 3 would have been the same. There was a change. There was a few feet shorter than shown when surveyed. And the building was actually, well, I take that back. It was shorter one way, wider another, and the building was adopted to the survey marks. And the parking on building 6 has been updated to show straight parking spaces and updates to the setback per the planning bureau's request. I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's building 5. Building 6, the change there was just to move the building forward to the 6-foot setback per the planning bureau's request. Building 7 was to also move that in to match the that would be the right-hand side of Fulton Street to match the 7-foot setback that is set with the previous townhomes. And building 8 would be a change in the setback per the planning bureau's recommendation and shortening of the property line to not encroach on the alleyway there. I do want to note, I believe it was presented originally that that was a recorded easement or right of way. After discussion with Jake, there's been nothing to say that that is actually just an alleyway that was created on the prior land development plans. There's no easements or right of way connected to it, but the property size was shrank back to not interfere with it at this point. And that's it. Oh, I take that back. On the townhomes, the footprints were, the setbacks were changed to match prevailing, and the footprints of the homes were enlarged to include the porches.
I'll go back to the roof and regarding buildings 5 through 8 being continued, I don't agree that it's being continued. I mean, that's something we need.
It's a great question.
Yeah. We need to.
I believe they're talking to the solicitor, they're gonna vote for the building by. I would think so, so let's see what your guidance is.
I do have one other question. I'm looking at the parking lot again and got these for number 2. Is that does that thing through at the top of the sheet? That very last parking space, or is that a fence? What happens if we're,
Okay, so that is when the newly created parcel would butt up against the parcel for the community garden aspect that we were approved in phase 1 last year. And it would also, so there will be, you'll have a walking path along with the community garden that runs from Logan to 4th. But then there'll also be a crossover. There is a recorded public right of way between building 3 and the next house. So we would actually make a connection point. So there's a walking path from the building back to the parking lot. And then also one of the key targets of this and what we've been in discussion with is a daycare in building 3. And the reason they're looking at that space would be to have a playground. So we'd remove part of the community garden, shrink it down in size and accommodate a playground for them if necessary.
my question, I guess, is maybe simpler than all that. I'm just trying to determine how vehicle action would take place in that very last parking space. You know, is there really enough distance to be able to back? Is there, I mean, it gets very tight situations. They get in there and usually we see a dog, you know, a dog head or something at the end to make that work. I'm just not believing there's that many spaces can effectively fit. I think you have one less. That's why I was trying to figure out if this connects directly as a drive-through or not. It sounds like it doesn't, if that's the answer. Okay.
It does not.
I would note the 24 feet two-way access does, it does give a good amount of space for a drive aisle. Again, I could see that spot being challenging for a larger vehicle, for sure, but it does meet what we require in the code. Given an average cars, around 8 feet in length, there would be some room to do a multiple point turn, but it definitely would be a couple points in your turn for that last spot.
With having the property adjacent, this is all gonna come down to a Saldo packet anyway. We can increase that dimension by an additional 6 feet to create that and have that updated before the zoning.
Okay. Yeah, it's just a question of what's really going to work for
Yep.
you. I mean,
Yep, I would say that we would amend that and change it prior to the zoning for an additional 6 feet or whatever the required length is to do that. Yep.
just to be able to make it.
And I'll note that
Thanks.
that won't interfere with the garden, because I know that there's plenty of green space there that we left in between anyway.
And I would recommend some of these revisions, like those are being suggested, be part of the land development, just because we're getting into a number of just revised site plans that we're gonna have to go before zoning. It might get a little bit tricky for them to review. I know it's been tricky for the planning bureau to review when we get into these multiple submissions. So I think at this point, like a lot of the revisions should be considered in the land development process.
Certainly.
Commissioners, before we go any further, I'm gonna see if anyone in the public, I see one person here. If they are for or against this plan.
Specifically, it's building 5, 6, 7, 8.
Could you state your name?
Absolutely. From here,
Yeah.
so I'm trying to take as much as possible. I'm a late person. Very, very. Not that I don't like coming to these meetings, but I just don't know which meeting I should be at anymore. So what exactly? Sorry, Camille Hippensteel. I'm at 1619 North 4th Street in Harrisburg, Southern Capitol Heights. What exactly is being decided today? Because I also don't want to take up any more extra time.
Yeah.
Yes, so, this is the planning commission. So what they'll be doing is a recommendation for the vote for the zoning hearing board. So this is for all the buildings that are part of this application. So that is what hypothetically that's going to be voted on tonight. So every building in the packet, I don't know if you had a chance to review it or find it. So whatever was in that packet, that is potentially what's going to be voted on tonight.
Well, I'll just, for sake of brevity, I did take some notes. I'll keep it short. I don't know where it falls between planning and zoning, so you just have to bear with me, but I've been speaking with a bunch of residents for a while. Obviously, you guys know how long this has been in play. Between myself, I probably have 27 other concerned Capitol Heights neighbors, so unfortunately, they cannot attend, but it is what it is. My specific question, and I've talked to Matt at length, I get it has to be developed. I want it to be developed. So it's hard to say for or against. I'm kind of in a gray area with concerns, hoping that some modifications could be made. Specifically building 9 and a hypothetical not yet named hypothetical building 9 and building 5. I have to bring up building 9 because it's not being set on the aggregate. That is the plot between Clinton and Harris. That has been on. Yes, so building 9 is between Clinton and Harris, right? And that's the problem. So, because it's supposed to be an aggregate. So when this was starting to be pitched, that was building 8, then became 7, like these numbers keep changing. Why I'm bringing that up is that building, and I assume it's owned now, is supposed to be a grocery store. A 4-story building with a grocery store at the bottom. In line with the other apartments, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why that's important, obviously, is a grocery store then adds a whole new dimension when it comes to traffic and approving units with houses above it. Visitors, delivery people, guests, you get the idea. So I hope you think about this with that in mind. There is a long-term plan that I'd hate for things to go really forward and then suddenly Bill 9 pops up and kind of stuck going, okay, well, I guess we're just gonna go with that one. The other thing too with building 5, well, 5, 6, 7, 8, other than that, the floors, they're 4 stories. I know building 7, because it's on the hill, or 8, it's going to be 3. I would love, I mean, I say but I mean, this is what everyone's talking about. We would love to know if we can mix up the scale. The biggest issue we have is my lot are 2-story homes. So we're going from 2-story townhomes to 4-story apartment buildings all around us. We're also surrounded by one-way streets. I still don't understand the traffic study that's going to happen here with an alleyway and 3 one-way streets. I'm concerned. And again, the biggest thing too is just the overall design. I don't know if you guys noticed, but building 5 faces Fulton, the back face. All those people I know bought the property thinking townhouses like me are going to come in there. So they're going to be sitting on their front porch looking at fire escapes in a big 4-story building. I want them to build. I think we have a great opportunity to mix up some townhouses, make some smaller, make some bigger, maybe with the lots, 7 and 8, have those be bigger because there's no other homes that you have to work around. Versus ours, we're here. I know Doug didn't want to keep building, but we're here. We bought it. I'd love for someone just to factor us in a little bit more because we can't just up and leave.
Applicant, have any-
Yes, I'd like to address many points of that. This project as a whole is not financially viable. And I know there's different thoughts on financial viability being a hardship. But the reality is this is 3 failed developers. This was originally proposed in 1994 by Vartan. Trevor Rouse came in early 2000s, went bankrupt before the housing collapse, not at the housing collapse. They went bankrupt before. They left this city beforehand. And then Mr. Neidick, of course, also, rather than filing bankruptcy, he had as I've said before this board, an expletive-filled meeting with HRA saying, get me out of this. The average cost of a house in Midtown right now that's selling, we all know, is over $200,000. To build a townhouse in this market, and it's only going up. I have Rich here to contest to building costs. Everyone knows what building costs are. You don't have to be, specific to that criteria to know housing costs are immense right now. If I start proposing to build houses at $208,000, that's the cost right now to build a townhouse. We're building them this month. We're breaking ground. $208,000. That's the building cost. That's not the land development. That's not the site acquisition. That's not 4 years of planning being paid. That's not bank interest. That's not countering in market conditions. I will never make it in this city selling $330,000. That would be the price point right now. $330,000 for not comparable to Camille's house, but the ones directly behind her, which we're selling at $220,000 plus when Strauber Roush left town. That's what it was before the market crash. I mentioned before the market crash because we're in an unstable economy right now. We all know it. It could turn tomorrow. We're going to have to hold these, and we need to be able to. And what was brought up as zoning, what was stressed more than anything was by Claude Phipps. I don't want to see someone that's barely going to make it through. I want to see someone that not just because they're committed, because me and Chris are both here. We've been here for a large portion. I've been here my whole life. I was born at Polyclinic. Chris has been here 30 years. That's not enough for him. He wants to see something that's financially viable. So these are kept up. This doesn't turn into another Governor's Square. This doesn't turn into another Strauber Rouse. And that's why we've came up with where we're at. Big burden here tonight is this goes in front of zoning hearing board. You have to present this vote to them. We have engaged in the last few weeks a financial analyst to take our performer numbers and adopt them by a qualified professional to present to the zoning hearing board to show why we came up with where we did right now. That's that portion of it. This was 46 parcels before it was subdivided into the 28 that we see now. 46 buildings were on those 44 parcels. It's not a huge stretch to go to 60. We're trying to make the project work as a whole. That's where we got as a density. I know it's a sore subject, it's a touchy subject, but that's the reality of it. And then there's a big portion of this that is affordable housing. There's a lot of people that come before this board. I've come for 5 years, I don't know how many times, even when I'm not on the agenda, as I'm sure you've noticed, to see how things shake out. And I haven't seen any of these affordable houses built. We're gonna build them, and this is how we get to it. We have to have more density to create affordable housing throughout both Marketplace and Capitol Heights.
I would say you take a motion for building by building with the conditions and recommendations of the planning bureau. See if they're acceptable to the applicant, as you always do. And then just have a series of votes. Obviously, as always, you are not obligated to support the recommendation of the planning bureau. You're also free to make your own recommendations if you have a majority to do so, just like you would anything else. I believe if you package it that way, it'll be easier to digest for the zoning board as they're going through.
Just one more question. I apologize. I wasn't able to make it last week. I think when we met in September, we talked, I think I probably referenced the issue of traffic analysis or traffic study, and I know that's something the young lady had raised as a question. This does have the potential to create some very interesting territories with one-way streets and so on and so forth. Has one been done or is one underway? Where does that stand?
No, we are figuring that they will probably be a condition of the land development plan and addressed at that point.
Can I ask the question about that? Is this gonna be, because you have so many phases, a land development plan for the whole thing you're doing, or are you gonna break it out the same way you're now doing?
It would be the whole thing. I mean, economy of scale, I think was mentioned in the last meeting.
Yeah,
but
it makes
that's-
sense to me. Just
Yes.
let's see what the impact is across. the
Yes.
board.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep.
So,
Yeah, and that would likely trigger a required traffic impact study if you're doing this all at once. So that'll be something with the city engineer, the applicant to coordinate with when they get to the land development as well.
It's just one of those stones that the lizards are living underneath. Know where they are.
Yes, I have one more question. You know, I wasn't here for that special meeting, but this is so for both staff. Did we solve parking problems?
I mean, regarding this
Are we-
project,
My usual question is, parking spaces?
so they are requesting, I apologize, I get the two applications mixed up for the amount of relief. So they are providing parking at least one space for every unit in this application. They are providing some of the guest parking as well. Where parking, I believe, would be probably more of an issue is where they have some commercial uses that aren't defined yet in this application. So they'll actually have to come back before zoning for those commercial uses. I know they have some parking dedicated to those uses in this application, but I know the request, depending on what the use is, could likely be a significant request for relief for the parking. Again, depends on the use. You know, we don't know, they don't know what will be in those commercial spaces in this package yet. But because it's RM, they'll probably need zoning relief. for those
I think
uses.
one of the things that's maybe missing for it to go is an understanding of on-street parking availability in that area. We were talking about inside, but realistically, it's downtown Harrisburg. How many spaces really are there in addition to what you're providing offsite? Deficit is that great?
Yep.
So I think it's fair to take them both together.
And I think from a planning perspective, you know, from the individual, from the public as well as, you know, we're looking at other projects that are probably going to be down the pipeline pretty soon here. So this would be a good, actually, where a good comprehensive study would make sense. You know, I know some of the surface parking lots down O'Reilly, pretty close by. You know, they just resubmitted for revising that applications. I mean, there's going to be a lot of connection here. I think it needs to be looked at holistically.
building on my side.
So we just went through building 2. I believe that would be where
Here's building 2.
And just to clarify for the public, the conditions and reasons, those are specific to building 2, not the whole application.
Except you had 2 stipulated conditions you can put across the board.
Yes, and I'll remind, mention that for EWAC before we go to vote on each one, what those are. And that's for the requirement for land development, working with public works.
Motion to approve with conditions for building 2.
I'll second that. It's moved and second for approval of building 2 conditions. All those in favor, say by saying aye. Opposed?
Yep, so for building 3, the applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use building with 4 2-bedroom dwelling units and 2,052 square feet of first floor commercial space. So this project site at 1648 North 4th Street is a 0.05 acre lot. The property is bounded by North Hamilton Street to the north, North 4th Street to the east, the property at 1646 North 4th Street to the south, and the property at 1335 Hamilton Street to the west. So the planning bureau staff recommend the request be approved with the following conditions. Condition 2, the applicant or future tenant shall file any necessary zoning relief for the proposed first floor commercial space for future uses that are not permitted by right within the RM district. And condition 1 and 3 are same as mentioned in the previous building.
Mr. Chairman, I just got a message that said that please ask the commissioners to speak into the microphones. This is from someone out in the viewing world who is trying to watch this live. So
So are we live?
apparently you're live.
Honestly,
Yes.
we keep turning our mics on, thinking we're not.
And I apologize, I would also mention, we recommend approval for this building site also for the same reason that's mentioned for building 2.
Commissioners, I have no questions. Commissioner Jensen?
I guess the one question at the very back of this property, I guess I'm looking at 4, sorry, I'm building too far along. I'll come back to it. No, nothing for it.
Oh, I should.
I'm on this one, I'll connect number 4 with the
Commissioner,
Yeah, I have nothing on the one right now.
Commissioner.
No question.
Commissioner.
No questions.
Anyone from the public?
Motion to approve with conditions.
There's a second.
Second.
Moved and second for approval on the building. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
So on building 4, the applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use building with 6 2-bedroom dwelling units, 3,905 square feet of first floor commercial space, and 6 on-site parking spaces. and futures and future and commercial space, sorry. So the properties at 1635 and 1633 North Fourth Street are a 0.11 acre site featuring 2 vacant parcels. The project site is bounded by Hamilton Street to the north, the property at 411 Hamilton Street on a private easement to the east, the property at 1631 North Fourth Street to the south, and North Fourth Street to the west. As the Plan Bureau staff recommend the requests be approved with the following conditions. All conditions are 1, 2, and 3 are actually previously stated for building 3. And the Plan Bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the same reasons as building 2 and 3.
Commissioners have any questions at this time? Mr. McKenzie?
Yeah, this is the one I was gonna ask you about last time. Is this one of the cases where we have a direct backing into the street?
Yes, it lines up with the existing parking of the townhomes there. It's the same configuration that they have. And the note, so that would be a the bottom of the sheet would be a continuation of the existing parking condition that prevails all the way down to Clinton Street. And then the note on the Hamilton Street side, it's not a bad interpretation. Me and Jacob were discussing this week. Hamilton Street is 26 feet wide. The right of way is 65 feet. Yeah. So there is almost 18 to 20 feet, give or take, of sidewalk. It's something worth noting, especially when you're looking at the parking. So there's more than enough to get in and out on that end unit there.
And that would assist with some of the visibility as well, even that private easement on the Hamilton.
Yeah, no other question.
Commissioner O'Toole,
I've done.
Commissioner Reed? Commissioner Murray? Is
No questions.
there anyone for the public? Before we go? This year, could I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions that staff has recommended.
I'll second.
I move the second for approval of building number 4 with the conditions. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, so since for building 5 through 8, the staff recommendation is a continuance. I'm gonna go through these just as a cluster, if that's okay, since most of the points of discussion will be pretty much the same for these. So I'm just gonna go over what each building they're proposing for 5 through 8, and just what this brief overview of the sites. So starting with building 5, the applicant is proposing to construct a 16 2-bedroom multifamily dwelling unit with a 40 space parking lot on site. The project site includes the properties at 411 through 413 Hamilton Street and 1620 through 1630 Fulton Street. And they're approximately 0.5 acres, featuring 8 vacant parcels. The project site is generally bounded by Hamilton Street to the north, Fulton Street to the east, Clinton Street to the south, and a private easement in the properties at 1619 through 1635 North Fourth Street to the west. And just a note for the proposed 40 space parking lot, 20 will be dedicated to the proposed building, with 20 other spaces being divvied out to other sites. So moving to building 6, the applicant is proposing to construct a 16 2-bedroom multifamily dwelling unit with a 15 space parking lot on site. The properties at 1606 through 1618 Fulton Street are approximately 0.36 acre site, includes 7 vacant parcels. The project site is bounded by Clinton Street to the north, Fulton Street to the east, the properties at 1414 through 422 Harris Street to the south, and a private easement in the properties at 1603 through 1617 North Fourth Street to the west. And moving to building 7, The applicant is proposing to construct 16 two-bedroom multifamily dwelling with a 13 parking lot on site. So the site includes the properties at 1609 through 1619 Fulton Street, and are approximately 0.31 acre site. This features 6 vacant parcels. The project site is bounded by Clinton Street to the north, Myers Alley, and the properties at 1610 through 1616 North Fifth Street to the east. The properties at 1424 through 434 Harris Street to the south, and Fulton Street to the west. And finally, moving to building 8, the applicant is proposing to construct a 12 two-bedroom multifamily dwelling unit with 9 space parking lot on site. So this project site includes the properties at 1610 through 1616 North Fifth Street, with an approximate area of 0.22 acres, featuring 4 vacant parcels. The project site is generally bounded by Clinton Street and the property at 1618 North Fifth Street to the north, North Fifth Street to the east, Myers Alley and the property at 1600 North Fifth Street to the south, and Myers Alley and the properties at 1609 through 1619 Fulton Street to the south. So for these buildings 5 through 8, Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be continued for the following reasons. Reason 1, the applicant needs to submit a more complete documentation, such as a pro forma or letter from a financial institution regarding the justification for the variance relief being requested, and to clarify what relief is being requested. The applicant has shown none of the required trees based on the paving area or the required plant screenings around buildings and parking lots. Thus, the Bureau staff is unsure whether those elements are being included or if waivers for those aspects are being requested. Reason 2, the Planning Bureau notes the sites for building 4 through 8 were previously subdivided as lots for townhome development, and infrastructure with utility connections provided specifically for that configuration as part of the previous Capitol Heights development project that was partially complete. As evidenced by construction in the blocks to the north and the shared dimensions of the development and currently vacant parcels. As such, the burden of proof from the applicant to explain why they cannot develop the townhomes is greater than for other sites within this proposal. So just summarize for that reasons, essentially these sites as configured, they could accommodate by right townhomes based on their dimensions, their lot size, and having access to provide rear parking. So the application as originally submitted when making this review, we weren't provided with enough justification for this to move to zoning to recommend for the relief to build these larger multifamily dwellings. So that's kind of the general reason for that continuance, is to give the applicant an opportunity to provide this justification before going to zoning.
Commissioners, questions?
Yeah, one question in that particular area, since much has been made of 4-story buildings, what is the by right height in that particular zone? I should have it memorized.
I believe it's 45 feet. I know what they're proposing, the 4 stories meets that. So essentially it's 4 stories is what the feet comes out to.
That
So they meet that.
answers that route. I mean, unfortunately, that's what's permissible. I know view shed is valuable, but unfortunately, unless you buy all the rest of the property around you, you can't guarantee it. So I get that, but thank you.
And from kind of like a planning perspective, I mean, some of the concern could be, as one of the residents noted, the concentration of, higher buildings, even though they're in conformance, but they are, multifamily isn't permitted in the zoning district. So it's not really, I guess, part in the spirit of the residential medium district to have multifamily dwellings. So, having that concentration of these buildings could be a potential concern.
Yeah, the last meeting, there's some reference to the fact that the utility hookups, the infrastructure is not in good shape. Matt, could you elaborate on that?
Yep, so we're working with the civil engineer to get everything on paper before the zoning hearing. And just so you guys are aware, the way it's kind of looking and shaking out from discussions here is we will kind of be going the same forum we had with the planning commission. We'll go to zoning hearing on the 17th as just discussion. there's already other people on the agenda, will be pushed to the back, will be amendable to that, and we'll have a special hearing. So it gives us a few weeks, but, and that's why I stressed there, you know, we need time to get a professional, you know, not just our performer numbers. I see most applicants just use their own. We're gonna have it by an actual professional. And on the civil engineering aspect, noting, you know, stuff that's visibly noticeable. These have the gas lines, it's just a pole line through there. This stuff has been butchered between just, you know, vandalism, the mowers going through there. A lot of the stub ups aren't actually there. They've been broke, they've been deteriorated. All the sewer caps have been off. I'm sure everyone here knows, 18 years. This has been open for 18 years. Taking that from a bid perspective for cost analysis, you have to look at the factor of just replace it because you have no idea what's under there anymore. I mean, that's a huge part of this. You really don't know what's there. And those are the only two that are bought to site. The water lines are not stubbed to site. Just the sewer tie-ins were done. And talking with Maynard from Capital Region, it's most likely going to require that they be reopened up and verified anyway. If they are, we're tearing up the street regardless. So saying that there's existing utilities there, you know, from our perspective, from a financial perspective, from a bid perspective, and from a construction aspect, it's null and void. They're not there. They are there, but they could be damaged. They could be destroyed. Sure, you can get lucky. There's 28 stub ups. How many are good? And that's what, you know, we'll go through without actually scoping every single line and saying, yes, you know, most of those were stuck up 8 feet. There's a few that might be over 6 feet now. There's some that we can't even see anymore. They've been buried.
Commissioner Reed,
I have no question.
Commissioner Merrick,
I know you might have mentioned this. I think in some of the revisions here, the buildings got moved up a little bit, right?
Yes,
That was one of
we
the-
removed the setbacks to the
Okay.
planning bureau's planning bureau's
to their
recommendation.
recommendations. Okay, thank you. And then could you also just remind me, I think it's so I'm building 8. That's the 12 unit. That's building 8, right?
Yes, correct.
Is that a throughway, like a driveway
Yes,
off of
it's-
5th Street?
Yes, it's an existing throughway.
That's existing.
Yep.
okay.
And I would note from the original plan sets that we reviewed that you guys had received in your hard copy packets. So the applicant did revise that building because the original measurements had that building going basically over that throughway. So the applicant actually, that's something they fixed with this revision.
Okay.
Which that was kind of our major, you know, concern from the design because that was basically a one-way throughway. So
Right.
you don't want that to be a dead end if it's one way. And they fixed that.
So that will now be a proper, essentially a throughway all the way over to Clinton.
Correct.
Drive. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And Rhodes Alley, those proposed parking spaces are in line with the across the alleyway, the other homes that are built have the parking on the backside as well.
Correct.
Into the alleyway.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
staff, did you want to continue to find?
So it's just a recommendation to give the applicant an opportunity to kind of address basically the lack of justification that was in their package before going to zoning. So as Mr. Grover mentioned, you guys can kind of go your own way. I mean, but the continue, I mean, I believe as was discussion with the applicant, I believe they're going to move forward with zoning regardless of the continuance recommendation. But I just wanted to make it clear that continuance was there to get a clear justification because how we saw it, how these lots are configured. It just was not enough there to recommend that approval. In particular, these sites 5 through 8 and including 4, kind of unique place in the city where you can build by right with that rear access, the parking and needing no relief whatsoever. So kind of that uniqueness of this area, we felt that required the applicant to give it a more burden that would usually be necessary at different parcels in the site, which are usually built pre-automobile, smaller than what you're allowed to with our density standards. And these sites, you can just built without coming before zoning. If you're, actually, obviously you need land development, but you wouldn't need zoning relief. So that required kind of additional burden, which it sounds like the applicant has been making preparations for that, which is good to see.
Public specifically spoke about these.
Oh. Is anyone from the public?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Mr. Cool.
We're speaking about 5, 6, 7, and 8. I know you specifically referenced those when you spoke before, and I just want to make sure you had something to say.
I mean, I know it's been a dead horse, but one thing I did learn, and I did do a lot of research, is proper infill development in cities. DC, Portland, a whole bunch of other cities have found that just while it's admirable not going to buildings, and it's great, we need the revenue, just plopping something down that maximizes the revenue while not looking at existing structures, scaling up, you can't go from a 2-story townhouse to 4-story all brick long buildings. And the other thing that a lot of the other cities that spent thousands, probably millions of dollars for those on the studies, was having these long blocks. Now you're stuck with that apartment building. You can't easily cut and paste and put in a bodega and take it out and put in an apartment, that's 2-story for a smaller family. Now you have these copy and paste apartments that now it's to be an apartment complex. It looks nothing like what's in existence. Nothing. And I can't change it. I've actually worked with Matt about what we could add to kind of blend in more. Putting a plant or two up front isn't gonna cut it. Like this looks nothing like what's in a neighborhood. And I'm all about compromise. Can we knock these down to 3 stories? That would be great. Can we scale them up to, something larger? Cabin at the corner is not gonna sell, that crazy guy is not gonna sell. It just looks like we're shoehorning something to make money, which again, we like money, but I live there. We live there.
So
Mr. Chairman, could we think aloud together for a few minutes? I understand the request is for continuance. The city intends for the zoning hearings to start on time regardless because of the act, which we have to make it start on time. I don't know what the zoning board will do with something that has been continued or not been continued, but I suspect what's going to happen is they're going to commence the hearing, which is their right. And then they may send the question that's unanswered back to the board if they do not, why they hear the other things that are going on. I mean, that would seem a logical way to go. And I'm not trying to make more meetings for anybody. I'm just talking about where we are. But at the same time, with the recommendation for continuance, I don't believe the Bureau has given any other recommendations for the 4 properties. So whatever conditions it are, a continuance is granted and it moves forward. A continuance is denied and then there's no conditions to vote upon, which is the conundrum everyone's in at the moment. Because if you vote to approve with no recommendations from the board, there are no conditions. And certainly you could make your own, but I don't think it's your job necessarily to imagine what the conditions are on 4 different properties that are fairly complicated. So I don't have a good answer for you. I'm just trying to frame the problem that is before us which is one of the largest developments we've seen in Harrisburg try to come together. I think it's a positive step forward for everybody, but it's complicated for everybody. So I say that and we support the motion of the Planning Bureau as we do, but I would just say that it most likely comes back to you for some help from the zoning board after it commences. That would be my guess of what's going to happen.
something for us to.
Has this been in front of the harbor board at this point?
So this is not in the historic district, so.
Any of the projects in the historic?
Nope,
district?
none of it's in the historic district, right close to the boundary on the parts of
Okay.
it, but none of it's in historic
Okay.
district.
Yeah, I'm just going back to the issue of massing and, neighborhood reference. I mean, I'm not looking to replicate townhomes. That was 120 years ago. We were building those, but if you're going for exceptions, are there opportunities to go 6 stories and shorten it up and break it up a little bit or do something that doesn't quite look as Holiday Inn or Hampton Inn, which is what these 2 buildings, the 2 duplicate ones kind of reference to me. I would think I'm out on Union Deposit Road as opposed to downtown Harrisburg. But again, that's not our purview at this point. We're not here to provide design. We can give suggestions. But, ultimately it's up to you how you address it.
I would say on that point, there is one variance being requested as part of all of these sites where they are going over 20% of the width of the block of the building. So that kind of relates to some of the massing for some of that request as well. So that will be actually part of the zoning consideration at the zoning hearing board.
Thinking maybe a continuous wouldn't be bad. It's gonna come back to it.
It'll be the zoning board's decision. Just-
Oh, that'd be up to them.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible to take a vote on each of these buildings individually? Yes, sir.
For the 4 that.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7, and 8, consistent with the way that you've handled the prior buildings on this.
I'd be willing to make a motion on building 5. I think it's 5 when we're starting with here.
Yes.
As for continuance.
I'll second that.
So the motion is done. Commissioners, you heard the staff report. We're voting on. Can I get a motion?
You gotta spend the motion.
Seconded.
Just a second, they're just asking if continuance requires applicant consent. Sorry to interrupt you
Yeah.
guys. So that. But they're, sorry.
I mean, it's not real hard to make that a denial, because we can do that, building by building too. Don't want to, but. I think the motion was simply to offer continuance on building number 5. Yeah, we had, the solicitor had suggested it. I think you requested it be voted on individually, and I think that makes sense.
My question would be this. I mean, I see 2 no votes very adamantly. What's gonna change between now and then? That's a serious question. We're 14 years wasting away here. No one's developing it as single family townhouses. That is the most ridiculous argument from the planning bureau that I've heard. They can drive it into the ground. Reality is 14 years. We had some of the best economies in the world. No one came in and said, I'm gonna build townhouses. Is this gonna go to zoning and come back to you and is your mind gonna change? That's a yes or no question.
I guess the question is, as I heard the planning commission report, the reason for the continuance is the lack of some additional information, not other things.
Well,
And I'm just saying, so I'm assuming, and you're talking about as it's going to zoning, you're gathering additional information.
we are gathering additional information, but I've also 5 months now with the planning bureau to create these conditions. Buildings haven't changed what they're gonna be. I mean, we're gonna get into a statutory deadline.
And we're gonna meet the statutory deadline. I mean, I'm not gonna play chess with you here, man, but if this
We're
was.
gonna
if
drag
this-
them back 3 or 4 more times for special hearings.
No,
Because the
it-
planning bureau did not create conditions on something they've had for 5 months.
I'm gonna receive this application in September. And
June. End of June.
it was submitted in, for the September meeting, so that would have been August. But the applications that we received, we could not determine what zoning relief was needed based on what was submitted. So that was why there was a delay in some of this process, because we do have to know what relief is going to be needed to build this. So that, and the applicant has, been easy to work with getting these updates, but because of the size of this application, we have to review it each time there was a resubmission. So that was part of that delay. So just wanted to make that clear.
Right. So I mean, I appreciate the urgency given interest rates and everything that are
Yes.
going on.
That's real.
But at the same time, we are due, in all due diligence at the city office and the planning commission with a complete package. And I appreciate a few things missing from time to time that can be cured. But I'm gonna have to respect staff in terms of whether they felt it was complete enough for a full review.
And it is certainly possible their package, when you get to zoning, if it has additional information, will satisfy all of it, right? I mean, you guys are working very hard towards it, but we're sitting in a vacuum at the moment on that piece. You're running towards it, the city's running towards it at the same exact time. We're not at odds. It's just we're all running for information at the same time, and we're all on a clock.
I understand that. I'm just looking at the factor that I don't believe the conditions are what some of the board members are waiting for. What I'm saying is those conditions to perform a packet and a civil engineering packet coming in and saying that, yes, the existing utilities are bad and the numbers work financially to make this as a whole. I'm asking the board members, is that going to change your consideration from now to then? I'm asking personally, is that a consideration that will change this, or are we going to be back to the same thing that the 4-story is not acceptable to? I'm just asking. I mean, that's not a vote that I'm asking for. That's an actual thing, because that could very well be the case. I don't want to waste time if the minds are going to change based on what's being proposed, not what's not here that we can't see this.
I'll just speak for myself. I think I'm just struggling with the two super blocks. You know, I've was in a building yesterday in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 5 stories high, block long building, but it was setting by itself. It didn't have any context to relate to other than other buildings of that nature. Here we've got some scalability issues, even though it's not the hard board area. And I guess that's what I'm struggling with. I think the first ones we went through tonight, they're slam dunk in my mind. These two just seem, and I get the numbers. I truly get the need to get the units. Is there another way to get that number of units on the site that may be a little more amenable?
Well, trust me, this is many years back and forth, and to get the parking, because that's the thing. I can't take the parking out of it. So if we increase the density of the building width wise, we're gonna lose parking, and then we're never gonna we're back to square one. And you have to, one thing I'm gonna stress here that is a big consideration for us is we have to build the affordable. Too many damn people in here saying they're gonna do it and they don't do it. To get through council right now, you have to have an affordable aspect, or you gotta have a damn good burden. Us to have the ability to build that affordable, we can't be contingent on grants that we might never get. So the 16 units is where we end up. And no, we've not come up with an alternative to get rid of parking.
What is the mix? Just again, I apologize. I wasn't here for the last
Oh.
meeting. Affordable to total units.
So when you look at the entire cluster from 4th to 5th, Hamilton to Harris, it's 20%. And then it's the same thing when you go over to Marketplace. You look at everything from, I guess it'd be Fulton down through to 3rd, just for argument's sake. That whole cluster is, again, it equals out to be 20%. To get to that 20%.
And how many units is that approximately on each?
So you have 60 units here, that's 12, and then on the other side, it's I think of the total number. I want to say it's 14, 15, 15.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the burden aspect of it. That's all.
So to create approximately 26 units of affordability.
It would easily be say that the 4th floor removed off of all these units would begin to eliminate, if you eliminated low income or the below market.
If you eliminated low income, yeah, the numbers.
You'd be
would
building
work.
3-story buildings.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be here talking 4 for the same
Yeah,
performance.
I mean, that is
Or
a.
could potentially be approaching.
That is a very good answer. Yes, that is correct. I mean, and that's where, so Chris Friselli is a financial analyst that's working on this right now. And that's what he does for a living. He deals with banks to get developments approved, to get the financing in line. And, So he was from the Harrisburg area, now he's in the Washington area. But that's what he's looking at, is like, you're doing 20% affordable, where's your grant, where's everything that's gonna go with that? And that's the thing, we can't take that into consideration. Most of the standard threshold is, so 26 units is kind of the standard threshold for PHFA to even entertain giving a grant, but that's hopeful. I mean, we've been here for many years. We've had 2 projects that I know of in the last 4 that have got other Townhomes or PHFA tax credits. To be hopeful that we're gonna get that, we have to plan without that, to be able to build this and say, yes, we can do it. And that's where we get through with the density. And the one thing I want to stress too is there's been a talk of hardship and burden, and I keep hearing 2-story. Everything in the entire area is 3 stories, not 2 stories. The burden was created for 2-story by Doug Nidek, putting the cheapest build he could put in there. That's the only houses that are 2-story in the area. Everything else is 3-story.
And I think one of the challenges everyone has here is not walking those neighborhoods. And that had the graphics maybe presented been different, that could have punched those ideas out a little easier for us. Might have been a quicker.
Well, and I'd like to note too, just so when you look at the scale of these buildings, we wanted to hold them back 15 feet, so they're not burdening the street view. It was the Planning Bureau's recommendations that we countered to, and why we have revised documents that now push them, so when you're walking down, you're gonna be looking right at 4 stories. We wanted them 15 feet back. There's more than enough green space to create that, to equal it up, so it's not so overbearing on the streetscape. But we changed the recommendation to the Planning Bureau's.
So a friend of mine is a graphic designer who did a mock-up of what the imaginary building 9, if it does matter, what it's gonna look like. But it's the same, when I'm bringing it up, it's gonna be the same 4 floors for 5 and 6. You mentioned a photo about why I'm here. I can show it to you. It is a drastic difference.
You haven't proposed. Yeah, in front of us. But I think if there were prospective studies typically of some of these units, that might help. Is it a problem? Not a problem. People take a look at it, well, okay, there's 3.5 stories, but there's 2 stories in the 3rd floor, 8 windows. Third floor, and how this really relates.
I mean,
We're having to imagine too much.
we have a 40-foot building on the same road, same 1 block, a 40-foot tall building, or I believe it's 38 feet, give or take.
What building?
The Hack Midtown, the old one. It's 2 stories, but I know being inside that building enough times, it's got to be 16 feet on each floor, if not more. Yeah, it's the same cluster, same block. I mean, you're less than 150 feet from it. Doug Nidek's proposed building that went through this planning board and through zoning, 4 stories, past the maximum height requirement. That was something that was granted by this board for 166 units. That was last year. It was approved for exceeding the height. And that's catty corner. 400 feet, maybe 400 feet.
But you think, you do have to ask the applicant if they wish to agree to continue. I think everyone's aware of the conundrum that everyone has. Because your motion is continuance with their disapproval, then it's a motion to grant or deny.
Could you say that one more time?
They should ask you what your client, whether or not they wish to concur on the continuance. If they do not, then I think it's a motion to grant or deny.
Is it for all 4 buildings?
We're doing it one at a time.
One at
That
a
was the
time.
request.
And is it just a continuance for each discussion on the merits of each building before they make the motion to vote?
I think the applicant is absolutely able to make that request that they would like to discuss each building on its merits. Sure. That's up to the chairman. I'm not the chairman.
I guess that's part of what I wanted to get at is that, you know, we had a discussion and, you know, took comments and questions from each of the commission members and the public on, you know, buildings 2, 3, and 4. And I think that we'd probably be more amenable to a continuance on, you know, parts of this application if we had that opportunity. And I don't think that the way that the planning bureau presented, you know, 2, 3, and 4, and then said, oh, by the way, 5, 6, 7, and 8, it's just this huge project and we recommend that it's continuous. I don't think that that's fair because we didn't get the comment and the input and the feedback back from the commission on each of those buildings. I mean, you know, not all of those buildings are the same size. One of them is significantly smaller. You know, we'd love to hear your feedback and comments on that. Maybe there's some conditions on that building that, you know, you'd recommend approval for building 8 or whichever one it is, and you want to continue 5 and 6. You know, that's the feedback that we need. And we've been working with the planning bureau and tried to make these changes to try to meet this stuff because we are up against deadlines, and this has taken a tremendous amount of time, effort, and money to put this application together. And I think that we deserve it.
So I'll note there's a motion on the table that either you can withdraw the motion, table the motion. But you have to do something before you move forward with whichever the ask is.
The motion is to continue with building number. So all those in favor?
I don't know.
There wasn't a second.
I don't see a second. So
Oh,
I'm sorry.
But in a.
it's been moved. to Continue building number 5. Is there a second?
I'll say.
It's been moved and second to continue building 5. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
One opposed? No, one opposed. Abstention. Motion carried to continue building. Now we're on the next building.
So I think the applicant wants to, as you mentioned, to discuss points. So I know a lot of buildings here. So I did go over the site and what was being proposed for building 6 that we're on. If the applicant wants to provide comment or points for building 6, before there's a motion. Again, this is for building 6. That was still recommended for continuance. You guys need me to repeat, like any descriptions of what's being proposed or?
The key questions that we have.
So this was still under the continuance recommendation, and this was all, the reason I had mentioned all these sites together was it was a similar lack of justification because these are all in the same lots. They're all a similar building. I know there's a little bit unit variation, but pretty much the comments were all the same for 5 through 8. But I believe the applicant wanted to provide more comment for each building, if that's correct. Yeah, because the recommendation was 5 through 8. Mostly a continuance for those buildings was based on the same reasoning for lack of justification, given the lot configurations being conforming lots was the primary statement. So that's pretty much the same through all the sites 5 through 8. So just same comment, same justification for why the recommendation from staff was the continuance.
You have Comments for building.
Not at this time.
I think my main questions, just come back to the articulation, the block size. And, I mean, the height, not an issue for me. If we're within, if we've established a zoning height for that area and he's meeting it, there's nothing to talk about. But mass on the block, I think is a little bit of an issue. All the other comments notwithstanding.
I would give one staff comment regarding these buildings for the massing, and also so for the parking being in the rear, with the rear access, we are supportive of that design. That way the buildings are fronting the street. You don't have parking lots in the front. That's also, how these lots were originally laid out, the original land development to have that rear access from parking. So it is appreciative that the applicant sort of followed the same, I guess, original design of when these lots were reconfigured of having that rear parking. It is a good urban design from that perspective.
Commissioner O'Toole? Commissioner Reed? Commissioner Reed?
No questions.
From the public again? Is there a motion?
Motion to continue.
Is there a second? Motion on the floor is to continue to building number 6. All those in favor, state by saying aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Abstention? Motion carried. Building number 7.
I have no additional comment for building 7.
7 and 8 are the same building.
No, building number 8 is actually different than the 5, 6, and 7. That's not building 8 to 12 unit. And building 7 is a 16 unit.
Okay.
That's the one difference.
Stay along.
And I believe the applicant reconfigured 8. I think it has some different dimensions too.
Yeah, only reason I'm confused, I'm looking at the floor plan in here and it shows the 16 and labels it as both buildings, so. I'm looking at it right and my eyes aren't crossing my old age.
I'm not looking at it, so I can't tell you.
Off each
Oh.
end.
Commissioner McKissick?
Nothing more to add.
Commissioner O'Toole?
Or the same.
Commissioner Reed? Commissioner Meredith?
Nothing.
Okay, anyone from the public? Motion to continue for building number 7.
Motion to continue for. Yes.
I'll second that.
All those in favor to continue building number 7? State by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstention? Building number 8.
That's the only staff comment for 8. So as mentioned earlier, this was the applicant reconfigured this building from the original submission discussed at the September special meeting. So they removed it from that vehicle access point. Originally, the building was proposed to kind of construct over that. So they moved that building up, reconfigured it to keep that vehicular access open to North 5th Street. Additionally, as the applicant indicated, this building they intend to have it as affordable, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yep, so they intended to have this as the affordable units for the project.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner McKissick?
No new questions.
Commissioner O'Toole? Commissioner Reed? Commissioner Meredith?
Nothing.
Thank you very much.
Motion to continue number 8.
I'll second that.
Move to continue number 8. Moving second. All those in favor, state by saying
So there are two more sites in this application. This would just be for the townhomes. So I'm just gonna go over very briefly with these homes. On the map, it's labeled as the Logan Street Townhomes and the Clinton Street Townhomes. So I'm gonna start with the Logan Street Townhomes. So this is where the applicant is proposing to construct two single-family dwellings. So it's gonna be semi-detached. So this project site includes the properties at 1629 through 1631 and a portion of 1640 Logan Street. It's approximately a 0.06 acre site, which currently features 3 vacant lots. This project site is bounded by a private grocer's alley to the north, the property at 1625 rear Logan Street to the east, the property at 1627 Logan Street to the south, and Logan Street to the west. So the other townhome sites is the Clinton Street Townhomes. And this is where the applicant is proposing 2 additional townhomes that are also semi-detached. So here, this project site, it is comprised of 0.06 acres. It includes a portion of a vacant lot at 328 Clinton Street. And this is to be subdivided. So this project site is bounded by the properties at 1625 Logan Street and 1625 rear Logan Street to the north, Judd Alley to the east, Clinton Street to the south, and 326 Clinton Street to the west. So for both of these, we have the same conditions, same reason why we recommend approval. So we do recommend approval with the following conditions for both townhome sites. Condition 1 being if granted approval for the requested zoning relief, the applicant will subsequently follow the land development plan. And then condition 2, the applicant shall build the proposed structures up to a 0-foot front setback. So they met this condition with the revised plan sets that we received today. Condition 3, this addresses the public works, confirming the change of use of the site. So the planning bureau staff recommend this get approved for the following reasons. The proposed project will provide much needed single family housing units to the community while providing a diversity in housing options, which have primarily been limited to the new construction of multifamily dwellings. Reason 2, the proposed single-family dwellings will be consistent with the surrounding community, which is primarily comprised of attached single-family dwellings and provide appropriate infill development through a by right use. Reason 3, the subject parcels to be consolidated demonstrate unique circumstances in terms of configuration and access, contributing physical hardship, necessitating the requested variance to facilitate a reasonable reuse of the property.
Thank you. I have no questions at this time.
No, I see we're gonna be talking about parking lots separately on the next parcel recommendation here.
So the parking lots will actually be part of the marketplace application for this.
So they're external to this? Okay, I'm seeing
Yes.
some write-ups in what you handed us, so.
Okay, apologies. Yeah, because they're at the Judd Alley lot, but that was actually part of building 2. That was recommended for approval that you guys voted on. So the parking for these townhomes will actually be at that parking lot attached to building 2. So that lot, I know it's a little tricky because the plan sets you received, I think, show that. So-
Again, that's where some better graphics would have been so helpful, guys. Getting it all in these scatter pieces without reference, it just makes it hard to, we're kind of swimming to find it for you. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Toole.
Does the applicant have any problems with the conditions? Matt, these conditions, are they acceptable to you? I know.
Commissioner Reed. Mr. Green. Commissioner Reed.
Only question, and this just goes back to the previous meeting we had, that was in the brief. We did confirm, these townhomes are semi-detached, correct? The two, and then it's detached, yeah, okay, thank you. No, I don't have any.
Anyone in the public? Commissioner,
Make a motion, we approve both of them. Subject to the conditions.
I'll second that.
Been moved to second for approval with the condition. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Abstention.
Can I clarify for the record, was that a motion to approve
Yeah.
Logan and Clinton or just the two Logans?
Yeah, the staff went over both of them.
Yeah, so that was the conditions for both projects.
That's what it's- So it's one motion for the both.
Right.
That's all. Thank you.
So that's the,
Finally.
yep, that was everything for the Capitol Heights Phase 2.
You can take a bath.
Have a stay for the next one. The only public we have. Okay, we're on the
Yeah,
item,
I want to take a 5-minute break here.
okay,
Two members.
we'll take a 5-minute break. Number 5 is commission.
Didn't mean you were stepping on the
the zoning anyway. On top of it. No, I'm saying I believe it's within the zoning board. If they feel they need a guidance, they have on something that they don't have more of a recommendation on, I believe it's within their discretion to ask for that guidance. Why they can hear part of it, because you got plenty to hear there. You got plenty to hear. They could take it to Market Street on the first part and do the rest and start the next part. So. I'm trying to help you guys move it through. Don't give me a hard time.
So like. Do you guys have a sense of how you're going to bring land developers forward in terms of timing? Okay, I'm just asking. I don't. It'll shake- it- It'll all shake out.
Call them
It's so
meeting
rare in
back
your
in
life.
order. On, under new business. The variance and special exception application for Marketplace Midtown. Located on 51 parcels on 11 proposed sites in the blocks. Generally bound by Raleigh Street, North, 4th Street, Bayford Street to the south, James Street to the west, zone RM, filed by Chris Wright, Price, and David Long, Pierce County, LLC. To request variance zoning relief and use of development regulations required for construction of 18 townhomes, 44 multifamily dwelling units, food hall, 2,875 square feet of commercial space, and 84 office.
So I'm gonna go through this similar as the last application where there's the 11 project sites. So this one, we're gonna start with building 1. Promise this will be the most difficult one, it'll be easier after that. So the building 1, the applicant is proposing to construct a 12-unit multifamily dwelling with all units having 2 bedrooms. So this project site is proposing to have 14 off-street parking spaces located off a portion of a subject project site and within a portion of a public right-of-way along Marion Street. So at this project site, the properties include 1323 through 1333 Marion Street. And this is a 0.21 acre site comprised of 6 vacant parcels. The project site is generally bounded by Calder Street to the north, the properties at 1322 through 1334 Fulton Street to the east, the properties at 1321 Marion Street to the south, and Marion Street to the west. So Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be continued for the following reasons. The Planning Bureau does not support the proposed parking configuration within the front yard of a public right-of-way due to various concerns stated within the above report. The Planning Bureau recommends the applicant submit a reconfigured site plan that places the proposed parking both out of the public right-of-way and out of the front yard area of the proposed structure. Reason 2, the Planning Bureau believes the request for relief for the use and variances to development standards have sufficient justification, which should allow the applicant to resubmit a reconfigured site plan for further review and consideration by both the planning boards and city staff. So the applicant has not provided sufficient justification to the variances related to the proposed parking lot designed as on the site plan, which could be reconfigured. So just to basically summarize a little bit from the special meeting, there was some back and forth discussions, primarily around the parking lot design, where it was the back out parking into Marion Street that's in the front of the structure. So that was kind of the biggest concern from the Bureau's perspective, was the configuration of having the spaces back out into the street. Also the relocation of the public sidewalk onto private property, and just having a portion of the spaces in the right of way. So the applicant did indicate to me before the meeting that potentially there's a reconfiguration of the parking where it's not in the public right of way, potentially. Haven't had time to really review that and measure that. But that's just kind of a general summary of the primary concern from the Planning Bureau with this particular site.
Thank you, staff. Gentlemen, you heard the staff report. Recommendation of opinions, are you acceptable with that or not?
I believe per the last meeting, there were board members here that did not agree with the Planning Bureau's recommendation that this was an issue. As Jacob just noted, it is being proposed as not in the public right of way. This would be there's a construction easement on the rear of the property where we could move it back 4 feet or 5 feet, I believe it is, to get it out of the public right of way. So it would be essentially a curb cut for the length of the parking lot. And I've provided supplemental information to the board members stating that this would be back-end parking per a PennDOT study. And then I also gave one copy of a 2005 study showing this implemented in about 50 cities, and would go back to stressing that this is not something that's out of the ordinary in a city. There's many locations. We would, although not normal, we would dedicate in a new right of way within the property line for the sidewalk. Before agreeing to a continuance, I would ask the board if those changes would satisfy their request, the requirements.
Could I get clarification? Is your representation that based on the last meeting, you've changed the parking out of the public right of way
Correct.
and onto the private land?
Correct. So that issue should be moved. Because they can move the building back 4 feet.
And I think it's planning just had a chance to review it yet. I think that's the only issue.
Yes, I've had a chance to review it thoroughly
So-
now.
So Jacob, you say you have or you have not?
No.
Mr.
For the benefit of the board members that weren't able to make it last week, we had highlighted a couple other examples in the city where the vehicles pull into the street directly from the parking space. And it's along State Street, along North Third Street, where they had put in the new electric vehicle charging stations. And then I think just a few feet away from this, half a block up, there's this exact, yeah.
This, I also included, for me, most importantly, one of the things here is this exact design has been shared with the homeowners association time and time again. They want parking. We want to accommodate parking. This is a solution. They, as a board, voted to send a letter of recommendation saying that this parking situation is acceptable to the homeowners association.
I think per the last meeting, the two major concerns were the safety of pedestrian travel and the right of way. And I believe that what we've done between then and now, this meeting, is we've met both of those concerns.
I don't have questions. I haven't had time to look at it. I'll refer to Commissioner.
Back to the issue of timing, when was this submission initially made to the city?
So there was preliminary submissions, as the applicant noted. They did provide us for a preliminary review in July. That was not a submission though, like a full submission of the application. They kind of gave us some preliminary site plans, for preliminary discussions with the department.
Right.
I can't recall, just because of the number of revisions, different site plans we had, what exactly we had in July. I just know it was not.
When did the set of documents we have tonight arrive?
So the applicant, the documents he gave you, he provided them to me Monday afternoon, I believe. That was the timing of the day. And I provided that to you yesterday, digital.
Which documents are we referring to?
The submission that's in front of us here for Marketplace.
Are you talking about the revision site plans or?
Whatever we're here to review tonight. When did
So
it
we-
arrive?
We
Right. But when did
believe
the
that
final
that,
iteration arrive. That's what I'm.
we
trying-
believe that that application was submitted.
Pardon?
4 days since last, it was 4 days after last.
So I saw them on Monday when they were in my inbox.
Because we had a meeting last week
Correct.
where several of these things were discussed and somewhat resolved. And so it was, the onus was put on the applicants to make said revisions in time for tonight's meeting, which they did.
Okay, thank, that helps.
And it was in August is the formal submission of the application. The revisions are a result of last week's meeting.
And due to the length of the review, this is where the Marketplace application, we're basically informed, couldn't review both of these to get them before in the September meeting. So we did have to hold off on the application for this one until officially to this meeting for Midtown. Obviously with the review, I'm assuming you saw the 80 pages of case report and the number of sites.
So
definitely
the
a
other
lot
one
to
came in
consider.
roughly 4 weeks earlier, is that?
And I don't know the exact date in August. I have it, but I don't have it in front of me.
They were submitted at the same time, in August when both of these applications were submitted. The full applications.
I'm just trying to follow the timing aspect.
We had continued this application at our September planning commission meeting. Because the staff had not been able to review and prepare.
Was it this one or was it the other one that was under old business?
Yeah, so the other one was Capitol Heights. That's what actually was on the agenda. So Midtown was actually never, this application here was not actually even on the agenda. I believe there was a few things like,
Discussed it in-
yeah, we discussed it like briefly, but it wasn't like
The other one
officially on
was
the agenda.
was the one that we had officially, right?
Yes.
I think what the board has now on just on this building number one, the representation by the applicant and their counsel is that they have satisfied what the commissioner's questions were last week. Which I realized there was an opportunity to review it, but if they haven't, it's going to become pretty apparent in the review, and that's going to come pretty clear at the zoning board. So I don't think there's a lot of risk in taking them at their word that they did that, right? That, they heard what the commission complained about and had a concern with, and their representation is they addressed it. If they haven't, that the zoning board will take great note of that because if you're relying on that representation. I think you can rely on it. That's my, so.
We're looking at building number 1. And this one is different in that, even though it's similar architecturally, it is a 3-story massing.
Correct.
Again, that's more referential to the height of the market, the height of the millworks.
Yes, these. Well, yeah, it would, of course, it'd be taller than millworks, but the building directly next to mill. And the warehouse directly in front of them would actually be taller.
And I would note all the multifamilies in this application, they are 3 stories. And then just to kind of address one of the variances or that 20% of the prevailing block where the building is going over that. Part of the applicant's design actually helps with that, considering they have different cladding materials and then also the, vertical where they have the brick. Whatever the cladding is on the projecting sections of the building does assist with some justification for that variance. Where it's not looking like where your street's one big wall, essentially is what the point of that requirement is. We don't have just one big wall of a block of one building in a, lower density area. So in my opinion, I do believe that design that the applicant submitted does help with that.
I mean, and ultimately that design may change. I mean, it's
Yeah.
very early in the process too.
If they were to continue with that design.
And this is 14 parking spaces with 12 units.
Correct.
And these are back-in parking spaces is what you're proposing? It doesn't specifically say that on here. That's why I'm asking.
Yes.
We have a separate
And that would
document.
be to follow kind of the PennDOT study and that 2005 study that we'd work with engineering, whether it be the burden of us or engineering to put up the signs as you see or illustrate the design layout and everything that way. And I would say enforce that.
Right.
One of the big highlights of that is safety factor. Safety was addressed in the last
You're
meeting.
looking directly forward at anyone who's.
Correct. Yeah, and that's, the 2005 study is great. The PennDOT is just a short little thing, pretty much, oh, it's safer. But the 05 report really goes in that over a 3-year study, it was one of the safest implementations that you could have.
What other relief is being asked for in building 1, the 12 unit?
Bear with me to grab up the brief here. So you want me to just go over what relief is needed or just related to the parking or?
Just the total of.
Okay, what the
if we
relief?
approved this, what would we be granting?
Okay, so for the zoning relief for this building is for the multifamily use because it's an RM. A special exception. So as previously reviewed, there was the parking in the public right of way. So in that circumstance, you need the full relief for the parking. If it's public parking, 'cause it's not private, you can't count it towards the building. So I don't know if the applicant, if they've addressed that, sounds like they have. If they have taken it out of the public right of way, that would reduce the relief down for the off-street parking. I don't have the numbers in my head what that number is. And then the additional would be the relief for a variance for exceeding the 20% the prevailing block width. And then relief for the minimum density, that 1,500 square feet required per unit of the lot. And then relief from the maximum impervious surface lot coverage area. Then relief for construction in the setback area. And then relief to allow parking encroachment into a required yard setback area. And then additional relief to construct a parking lot without the required plant screening of at least 3 feet in height. And then relief for parking should not encourage for vehicles to park back into a public street. So I know the applicant mentioned that this is pull out potentially. So perhaps that could be addressed. And then the final variance is that off-street parking shall be physically separated from the street by a raised curb a plant strip or some kind of barrier. So with this design, obviously you can't have a barrier because the cars need to get to the street since each spot has direct access to the street. So some of the general zoning concerns of that design was, okay, finding the justification, why, for the last two variances. That can be something that could come up in zoning as well.
Do we have with what was submitted, the percentages of exception that we're granting in terms of pervious area and lot coverage?
I have the square footage. I don't have the exact calculations. I know there were some aspects on these sites. I think it was like the fire escape stairs with what I originally had when I did the report. So I wasn't able to give you the exact calculations for that. So it's kind of a general
Ultimately, that'll
estimate.
be something zoning will have or want.
And CRW will want to address.
Yeah.
I was able to determine if they meet the requirement or not. I just can't determine the exact how far over. I'm not sure if in the revision, if those were added, the specs. I don't think so.
Yeah, I guess when I'm being asked to recommend on a variance, it's nice to know the parameters. How much we're over, how much we're under, how much release being granted.
Just quick math, by right, you would have 8 units. It's approximately 12,000 square foot cluster. The permeable coverage, 1 second here.
I would ask if those calculations, would they include things like the deck and fire escape stairs, any sidewalks, the balcony? 'Cause I don't believe those were part of the building footprint. So that it's sort of those minor things why I wasn't able to give an exact percentage.
Including round, squaring everything off. The building itself would have a 6,200 square foot footprint. And a 12,000 square foot, so we're a little over 50%. The parking, we would request the relief from permeable coverage. Just for the fact that if we get approved, the parking is gonna be, quick math. 2268, 6,200, that would put us right at the 70%. The idea is, and as we put in as other conditions on the previous packets, and will be conditioned on the ones that we're gonna review here in a minute, is that if permeable pavers can be used, they will be used. Because we're so close on the number, I would request the relief from the 70%, just in case, we don't have to come back through zoning and planning. If we get to 71% because something comes back and says we have bad soil under here and we have to put, 40% permeable asphalt in instead of 100% permeable.
And that's something we kind of discussed in preliminary discussions, because I know the applicant loves being at these board meetings. We wanted to avoid any additional ones in the future if they were to not be able to use permeable materials.
Commissioner O'Toole?
Yeah, just a couple comments. For those who weren't here, at our meeting last week, the guy who owns the sandwich man, as you referred to a couple of times, he spoke. He says he lived on Marion Street for about 40 years. And that, when the market's open, this is actually a rather busy street. As a general rule, it doesn't look like much, but market's open. So it's very busy. Secondly, the other areas in town where this is on State Street, on Third Street, across from Roxy's, or whatever, we didn't approve any of those. They never came before us. It's out of our jurisdiction. So from a precedent standpoint, this would be the first time we've approved something. Setting ourselves up for applicants down the road.
The LDP for Marketplace had the proposed back end parking along Fulton Street. That was originally on the land development plans for Marketplace in 1991. They've since been taken over by the city, but they were on the LDP.
All right. And finally,
But that was 31 years
And I would say that's part of an overall project, not to a specific building as well.
Finally, yeah, I'm looking at Jacob, you're right up. It says that the Bureau recommends that the applicant submit a reconfigured site plan, places the proposed parking both out of the public right of way and front yard area of the proposed structure. And what I'm seeing, it's still in the front yard
Yeah, and that's part of the concern. Generally, we don't want parking in front of buildings in a city. It's more of a suburban design, takes buildings away from the street. Just kind of,
yeah, I don't think the applicants addressed the concerns of the Bureau, so. I'll be voting for the continuance.
Marion is, I don't know that street. Is that more of one of the streets by name only and it's an alley, or is it really a true street?
It's a street that had to be reconfigured 6 or 7 years ago. So literally the underneath of it had collapsed and it was broken. It's, if you're over at the Broad Street Market, it's one of the side streets that goes right in there that people zip over and don't even know what it is. Yeah,
Sure.
they're in and out of there.
May I approach to show a picture of the street? I'd like to note that this 1 o'clock Friday was
So Marion is specifically the street that's crossing behind there.
no, to your point about an alleyway, with some of the other sites in the previous application, we always encourage parking in an alley. So what Marion Street, what defines an alley, how we define it in the code is it serving a primary function? Being that there is, some houses, across the street, fronting it, using it as their primary street. That's kind of what separates it from being an alley versus a street.
I could just add something to that too. So if you Google Marion Street, which I did earlier today, there was a green van just parked on the grass. It clearly pulls in cars and backs right out onto that street. It's a very small side street. Granted, what Mr. Cole said, about the other streets where you have that kind of parking, they're not really residential streets, right? But this street is also so small. It's not an alley, but it's definitely like a smaller side street in between.
But that's what I'm trying to understand.
So you have people there now parking on grass lots, backing on the street, which we can't do anything about. I understand that. And what we're trying to do here is actually make something that at least starts to confirm to some kind of parking requirement for that area.
Yeah, there is no on-street parking permitted on that Marion Street, correct?
Because it's too small.
Yeah, right.
Even if you could park on there.
Yeah, it's kind of like Susquehanna, right? It's just, you can
Right.
drive up and down it. You can't do much else.
It's a one-way.
There is
No parking.
There is on-street parking facing on the side of the project site.
Not on Marion Street.
I believe there is.
I'm just
Yes.
trying to confirm
Is
if
there-
there is on-street parking on Marion Street or not.
When I did
on
my
that
site,
block.
when I did my site visit, there was, I'm looking at a satellite imagery where there is some cars. It's hard to see, but there was parking on the street. Because I remember specifically speaking with a resident that lived across the street because there was street cleaning that day, because there was like a no parking for street cleaning. I can't remember the day, but there was on-street parking on that block. Or is, not was, sorry.
Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Murray.
My comments would be, yeah, that I do not agree with the continuance here. So I mean, the applicant has made some adjustments to the parking configuration, to moving it out of the right of way. And I would point out that, what planning is asking, to move the parking away from the front, the sidewalk in the front of the building. I don't see any other alternative for where the parking would be able to actually fit on the site. So the parking, I believe, would have to be removed completely.
That's correct. And just to note, since the last hearing, we met with Jacob and HRA. We obtained old easements that SNA had from the original marketplace development. And we hired a engineer and a draftsman to try to propose different layouts and configurations. Like 42 feet is kind of like getting down to bare bones for depth. I said this last hearing, we get the existing floor plans, they're 50, 60 feet deep. We're going down as skinny as we can go, was not making micro apartments and cutting our unit sizes down and cutting the footprints of the interior floor plans down. But we attempted to try to see if we could use those existing easements, make almost an S-shaped entrance off the rear of the building, have it come out on Marion Edge, as it doesn't meet engineering standards. We can't get enough depths. It's not there. I just can't stress the people who live here. The homeowners association has took this to the residents. They live there. They like the layout. They have no issues with layout. They put it to a vote and emailed it, and that's in front of you. They want the parking. They do not want us to take parking away from the structure.
You notice the two options. Appreciate the applicant looking at alternative designs. I mean, one option would be either have small unit sizes, which wouldn't be ideal, or to reduce the number of units to adjust the building footprint. That's kind of the two directions you could go at this point to change where the parking is.
As I'm looking at Marion Street, I'm counting 11 cars in this particular legal view on the opposing side of the street.
Is it?
Which these is backing, which theoretically would eliminate those spaces, replace them with these spaces, for connecting the two. I don't know what the date is. Just Google and just one straight Google.
And increasing our criteria, we could work with engineering to move it to the other side of the street where there's absolutely nothing. I mean, that's the reality
Well,
of it.
I'm just
We-
wondering, would you be further ahead to be, I mean, if we're gonna lose the on-street parking and make this work in backing mode.
We're
Then you'd
losing
be better to
on-street
keep on
parking
the
that's
street.
probably being used by the Broad Street market, not the residents. That's the thing. We're not taking it away from the residents. There's nothing there. There's 3 houses.
I'm just questioning the technical feasibility if we're gonna eliminate spaces on the street that are now. I don't know whether they're legal, but I'm seeing it. Look at. Would you be further, I'm just saying, would you be further ahead in our, from a precedent issue for us, be asking for a waiver on parking and indicate that on-street parking is what you're going to do? That goes back to the study.
We would lose the homeowners association approval, which to us means something because then they're not gonna come to zoning. Pull up the let me pull up the right of way map and see if it's even legal.
That's the data.
And really that falls on the city. And this is something I brought up after our meeting last week. You know, the parking that's occurring on Marion Street, we don't know if that's actually legal or not. There's also a lack of signage even indicating it's a one-way street or do not enter, right, if you're opposing traffic directions. I brought this up about Clinton Street as well, which is on the previous application that, again, that's a city street. They have done, you know, a negligent job, quite frankly, of traffic infrastructure in the city, of dictating one ways and do not enters, and that does not, you know, that shouldn't fall on the applicant.
Doesn't meet engineering standards
it's
for
not
on-street
illegal.
parking. Yeah, so we're not losing any on-street parking by legal definition.
American.
I guess to conclude, so on building 1, you know, I would not be in agreement with the continuance, and I do feel that we could make a recommendation with some conditions that are consistent with throughout this application.
The confirmation firm that had a non-legal on-street parking.
Yeah, I would be amenable to that. So, some of the conditions that are, put on the other buildings throughout this application are consistent, the ones that would require lot consolidation land development plan, the ones that would, require Department of Public Works. So there's a few conditions that would probably pertain that are consistent throughout. And then I would also add confirmation from the city engineer about the, non-street parking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would probably put a condition, I'd probably put a condition as well about requiring signage to indicate back in only parking.
And for the, I don't know that they can do it here, but the right of way map shows 19 feet. We all know by engineering standards, that is not wide enough for on-street parking. So if engineering comes back and says, yes, it is, well, then they have to update their right of way map.
Well, somewhere there's gonna be some sort of platted document as to what the parking should be. There's been so many studies. It's our, and I'm talking from the parking authority side here, we know somebody did the.
Yeah.
They're guaranteed to be full everybody else, they know where the space is not.
There's lots of ideas and maps floating around. I won't.
Yeah. So somebody should be able to point this.
Could, Neil, can the commission take judicial notice of, okay,
Oh, that was a good try.
of the city's,
So here's the deal. The commission could vote to give you the relief from parking or not give you relief from parking because they don't see any there. If it turns out parking is required, that is that it's allowed to be parked up on street. Without that relief, you'll have a problem on the other side of this when you get to doing your other stuff. What will be the condition? The city clarifies that there's not on-street parking allowed as opposed to there's not people parking on the street, which is.
I will be looking for whether it's allowed or not. I'm not gonna hold these guys to every legal process.
Right, I either, I just, we can determine whether it's allowed for that. How we communicate that back is the question. So I don't have a Google thing for that. So.
Yeah, I mean, the block where and this is 2 years ago, and I'm going off of Google Maps, it does look like there's lines painted for actual parking, and that would be the block ahead, the block up from where this development is going.
So since it was recently done in the last 6 years or whatever, there's going to be information on Marion Street in more detail than a lot of the others. There just will be.
Now, a challenge with some of the research and determining what's allowed is obviously with our city engineering leaving, and actually his, the engineering representative that worked here for 25 years also left. So it is a little difficult to do some of this research, unfortunately, where they have the knowledge of sifting through the books, the actual paper copies.
But that would be something.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about the city. I apologize.
For LDP, potentially it will be KW.
Let me check with the public.
There is no public.
Give it a corner back there. Quiet on.
Commissioners always gone.
I do think you have to articulate what conditions. you're
Yeah, that was
talking
about to ask.
Sure.
You want to make it?
Sure. I would make a motion to approve building 1 with the following conditions. Jacob, do you want me to just, I'm looking at.
The
other-
land development, I'll just use the same
Right,
language
so
for
it
that
would
one.
be correct. The other conditions that have been applied throughout the application for all the other buildings should apply to this building as well.
Let me just clear. So we got land development, required to follow land development and also coordinate with
Public
Public
Works.
Works. I know the one condition that we have for
Parking lot with the pervious materials, that
Excellent.
condition.
the requiring pervious paving for the parking.
And if not, then they have to, obviously that would necessitate additional relief.
Language.
And then the additional conditions for this building one would also include signage to indicate back-in only parking. And that the city engineer verify on-street parking legality. I don't know how to word that.
I think that last one would really be a condition. That would just be something for us to figure out.
Okay.
'Cause the applicant wouldn't be doing it, so be our
Okay.
problem.
The solicitor, whatever the solicitor.
Just as long as there's some validation occurs, that we're not eliminating.
So we get in trouble when
Parking.
we eliminate parking that's illegal. I'm just saying, you know.
Well, if it's illegal, that's cool.
No, but I'm saying we get grief either way.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know,
That would be a good one.
so. We have people say, I parked in this spot for the last 20 years. Why are you telling me I can't park? Well, it's because you've been parking in front of a no parking sign for 20 years. You know,
Well, that's the thing, yeah, the signage on the street.
so it is, to me, it is what it is. I mean, and it's a question of enforcement at the time that they get going. That's really what it's gonna be. And people that park there and people that would
As long
park
as
in
it's
this lot.
illegal, as long as it's not considered legal parking on any of the.
So I would predict that whatever parking on these streets is, by the time they're at construction, there'll be a new map, at least for part of the city about parking. So including this part of this part of town. So, I mean, it'll be determined block by block by public officials.
So if it is legal parking on the street, would that change as concerns or part of the condition if they are losing legal parking along Marion Street?
But if you're losing legal parking, then your diagonal parking doesn't work. That's my point. So this whole thing falls apart.
I mean, so I guess the condition would have to come back before to get parking relief if it's not going to work, if it can't get approved
That'd
from
be
the city
fine.
engineer.
Yeah.
That's
And that could be part of land development at that point.
And that's probably where we get into that detail, figure that out, where their engineer would.
Right, because then we're looking at right of ways and, yeah, the street. So that is my motion.
The Commissioner has a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved to second.
Is the conditions acceptable to the applicant?
Yes.
So, the move to second. All those in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And I'm gonna abstain because I was not.
So is that 401 or 411?
For
311.
311. Okay.
All right, oops, sorry.
The chairman.
Okay, so moving on to building 2. It's easier, I promise. So the applicant is proposing to construct a 12-unit multifamily dwelling with all units having 2 bedrooms. This project site is proposing to provide 13 off-street parking spaces located along the rear of the property with one-way ingress from North 4th Street and one-way egress onto Marion Street. This project site, the properties include 1400 through 1408 Marion Street and 1401 through 1407 North 4th Street. The site is 0.22 acres, comprised of 7 vacant parcels, with a portion of the property at 1407 North 4th Street included. So the project site is generally bounded by the properties at 1410 Marion Street and 1409 North 4th Street to the north, Marion Street to the east, Calder Street to the south, and North 4th Street to the west. So Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved with the following conditions. This condition 1 is the land development requirement. Condition 2, the applicant shall build the proposed structure up to a 0-foot setback fronting Calder Street to enable sufficient space to provide the required plant screening along the rear property line of the proposed parking lot area and to better manage stormwater runoff to adjacent properties. Condition 3, the applicant shall construct the proposed accessory parking lot with pervious materials. Also to manage stormwater runoff effects. So condition 4, the applicant will coordinate with Department of Public Works to appropriate the size, the location of refuse on site and update billing accounts to reflect the new use. The Plan Bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the following reasons. Approval of the proposal will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood and in fact will bring benefits by developing long vacant lots, providing new off-street parking for residents, installing and improving sidewalks adjacent to the property. Reason 2, the proposed project will provide much needed multi-bedroom housing units to the community while also increasing the customer base for nearby businesses. Reason 3, the subject parcels to be consolidated demonstrate unique circumstances in terms of configuration and access, contributing to physical hardship, necessitating the requested variance to facilitate a reasonable reuse of the property.
Gentlemen, you heard the conditions, are you acceptable?
Yes.
What specific relief is being granted?
So let me grab my sheet here, sorry. They're requesting, and for all the multifamily buildings, the sites are all requesting relief from the multifamily use because these are all zoned residential medium density. Or a special exception for relief from one off-street parking space. So they have a space for each unit. They have one guest parking spot. They're just short one spot. Relief for exceeding that 20% of the prevailing block width of the building. Relief from the density standards at 1,500 square foot per unit. Relief for exceeding the maximum impervious lot coverage area. And that's if they cannot use the permeable pavers. So potentially they might not be meeting that. And then relief to permit construction into setback areas. Relief to allow parking encroachment into the rear yard area. And then relief to construct a parking lot without the required plant screening. So with that one condition where if they were,
Same grouping, nothing specific.
no, nothing specific. But again, if they were to move the building up, which I think they actually have in the revised site plan, so they will actually have physical space to provide that screening for that last variance with the exception of the side. So obviously the primary concern would be headlight glare. The neighbors, they have that space for that plant screening. So that'll be a condition in the land development to put a screening in front of those parking spots.
I'll make a motion.
Where did I go?
I have a
Tried.
question.
Is it a first, is this first, the second, third? Commissioner O'Toole.
Nothing.
Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Murray. Moved in second for approval with the conditions, all those in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
So this site, the applicant is proposing to construct a 12-unit multifamily dwelling with all units having 2 bedrooms. The applicant is proposing to provide 14 off-street parking spaces, which will be at the 44 space parking lot. So not on the site, there won't be parking specifically, it'll be at another site. So at this site, it includes the properties at 1400 to 1402 North 4th Street and 1401 William Street, which is a 0.14 acre site comprised of 2 vacant parcels and a portion of 1401 William Street. So the project site is generally bounded by the properties at 1408 North 4th Street and 1413 William Street to the north, North 4th Street to the east, Calder Street to the south, and William Street to the west. So Plan Bureau staff recommend the request be approved with the conditions as noted for building 2. Those are the same, and also recommend approval for the same reasons as previously noted at building 2, excuse me.
Which LD
It,
drawing
yeah,
does this represent? on?
118 through 120.
Okay.
I believe I got this out of order today when I
Yeah,
printed it because building 3 is noted on 119 and 120. 118 is incorrectly labeled as building 6.
So it's essentially the same building, just big.
Same footprint building, yes. The only thing difference is the parking will be at the accessory parking lot.
Gentlemen, are you acceptable with the condition?
Yes.
Commissioners, I have no questions. Mr. Vincent? Yeah, told me what I need to know. Mr. O'Toole?
Nothing.
Mr. Reed? Mr. Moore?
No questions.
Okay. One from the public. Commissioner's gonna get a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions.
There's a second for approval with the condition. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Building number.
Okay, so building number 4, this is where the applicant is proposing to construct a 5-tenant food hall. So for this is a use not specifically prohibited in the zoning code. So when that happens, you're required to request a special exception in that circumstance. So at this site, it includes 318 North 4th Street and 1317 through 1319 William Street. This is a 0.12 acre site that features 3 vacant parcels. So the project site is bounded by 1320 North 4th Street and 1325 William Street to the north, North 4th Street to the east, Seyfert Street to the south, and William Street to the west. So the Plan Bureau staff recommend the request be approved with conditions that were previously noted regarding requirement of a land development plan and coordinated with Department of Public Works. So the Plan Bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the following reasons. The proposed use will be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, giving its close proximity to commercial and existing and proposed higher density residential uses, which will likely promote high pedestrian oriented customer base while also serving as a complementary function as the expansion of the Broad Street market. Reason 2, the proposed project will provide space for the expansion of local food service businesses while supporting the local economy. And reason 3, the subject parcels to be consolidated demonstrate unique circumstances in terms of configuration and access, contributing to physical hardship, necessitating the variances being requested for a reasonable reuse of the property.
Gentlemen, you acceptable with the condition?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
I was just trying to figure out the street reference.
Seyfert, William, and on the backside 4th.
There's not really any contact. Relative to the-
No, that's not it.
Again, it's a shopping mall building. Like Harrisburg, putting architecture that's not my first. I'm here late at night, I'm with that. But I just.
Commissioner O'Toole? Commissioner Reed? Commissioner-
I don't have any questions or comments. I think this is a nice use for this project. It actually blends in with the millwork space and the future spaces that we recently approved that the millworks will be doing.
Commissioner, we could get a motion
Make a motion to approve with conditions.
Moved and second for approval, conditions, all those in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion. Moving to number 5.
I guess so just a note here, so there's 3 different townhome sites being proposed as part of this package. So I'm just gonna do what I did last time, just kind of go over briefly how many units are being proposed, a brief summary of the site. And then all the conditions and reasons are the same, so
We're building 5.
oh, did we just,
We just did 4.
oh, I'm sorry, thank you, it's getting late.
I know.
Let me rescind that.
Yeah, not townhomes. yet.
Remember what I said. So sorry, building 5, apologies for that, guys. So the applicant at building 5 is proposing to construct a mixed-use building with 8 residential units. And this is to include 2,875 square feet of commercial space on the first floor. So this site includes the properties at 1427 William Street and 327 Riley Street, with a site that's approximately 0.09 acres, and it features 2 vacant parcels. So this project site is generally bounded by Riley Street and the properties at 1430 through 1434 North 4th Street to the north, Fulton Street to the east, the property at 1425.5 William Street to the south, and William Street to the west. So the Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved. This will be the conditions involving the land development. And condition 2 involves requiring additional zoning relief for the commercial use if needed, because this is in the RM district, so very likely the commercial space will have to come back before you. And then condition 3, the requirement to have coordinate with Public Works. So the Plan Bureau recommend that this request be approved for the following reasons. So reason 1 is involving the essential character that matches as previously noted. And then reason 2, the proposed project will provide much needing housing units to the community while also increasing customer base for nearby local businesses. And then condition 3 is regarding the lots demonstrating the unique circumstances for a variance. Sorry about that.
Gentlemen, you accept the vote.
Yes.
Mr. McKenzie.
Documents are rather sketchy, but if I'm to understand this correctly.
Correct.
This is the one that has workforce housing being proposed, right? Okay. Yeah, I guess my only comment about it, and probably something to consider for zoning or land development plan would be to have some sort of
Floor plan.
exterior sketch and floor plans
Yeah.
for this building, because you've done it for all the other buildings.
Yeah,
Very nicely, not for this one.
they've just been swamped with revisions.
So that would be helpful. That's it.
I get a motion. I'll hear a motion. Was
I'll make a motion to approve with conditions.
there a second? Been moved and second for approval with the conditions. All those in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
So now we're actually on the Marion Street
Marion
townhomes.
Sounds like-
Yes. So as I previously noted prematurely, so these will be the same conditions, and the same reasons why we're recommending approval for the Marion Street townhome sites, the North 4th Street North End townhomes, and the North 4th Street South End townhomes. So I'm just, as I noted before, I'm just gonna go over where the sites are. and just briefly touch on some of the conditions. So starting with the Marion Street Townhomes, the applicant is proposing to construct 6 attached single-family dwelling units. So this project site includes 1411 through 1421 Marion Street with a site that's approximately 0.17 acre site featuring 6 vacant parcels and a paved access drive located at 1421 Marion Street. So this project site is bounded by the property at 1425 Marion Street to the north, the properties at 1406 and 1418 Fulton Street to the east, the property at 1407 Marion Street to the south, and Marion Street to the west. So the planning bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the conditions previously noted for the land development, and also to include the structures up to a 0-foot front setback. Condition 3 involves the public works, working with them to update the accounts. So for all 3 sites, same reasons why I recommend approval. So I'm just going to mention those. Reason 1, the proposed project will provide much needed single family housing units to the community, while also providing a diversity in housing options, which has been primarily limited to new construction of multifamily dwellings. Reason 2, proposed single family dwellings will be consistent with the surrounding community, which is primarily comprised of attached single family dwellings, and it will provide appropriate infill development through a by right use. Reason 3, subject parcels to be consolidated demonstrate unique physical circumstances in terms of configuration and access, contributing to physical hardship, necessitating the requested variances for reasonable reuse of the property. So moving to the North 4th Street North End Townhomes. At this site, the applicant is proposing to construct 5 attached single-family dwellings. These include the properties at 1405 through 1415 North 4th Street. This is approximately a 0.13 acre site that currently features 5 vacant lots and a portion of 1405 North 4th Street. This project site is bounded by the property at 1349 Riley Street to north, the properties at 351 Riley Street and 1408 through 1416 Marion Street to the east, and the properties at 1403 North 4th Street to the south, and North 4th Street to the west. So same reasons for recommendations, same conditions. So moving to North 4th Street, South End Townhomes, this is where the applicant is proposing to construct 7 attached single-family dwellings. This project site includes the properties at 1325 through 1335 North 4th Street, with a project site of approximately 0.18 acres that currently features 6 vacant lots. So the project site is bounded by Calder Street to the north, the properties at 1324 through 1336 Marion Street to the east, and the property at 1321 North 4th Street to the south and North 4th Street to the west. I do want to make one staff comment. This would regard I believe the Marion Street Townhomes. So I'm just going to pull up that. The applicant have been in discussions with myself, Brian Davis with HRA. So I believe this is the site that we have a rear easement in the back. So that's something that will have to be addressed because some of the parcels actually go over a paved area that's used as rear access for some of the houses on the other side. So you look at the parcel configurations, it's not showing it, but there is actually like a paved private driveway in the back. So it's actually on the parcels that the houses are gonna be built on.
They're parking on the easement for where we're gonna build. They're gonna lose their parking. The SNA and the prior developer had chalked it up to, you can either have parking behind your house or you don't. You can have it was parking behind the house, or they could have the porch or something of that nature. And most people on that entire strip elected to not have the parking behind their house, and now they've just parked in this easement. So they'll lose that. It won't interfere with the building construction at all.
Yeah, and that just might something that the applicant's just gonna have to address with occupying an easement in the rear, so.
Is it documented?
Yes. Yes, it's a 12-foot wide easement. So the property, I think it's, sorry, I lost my map here. The property's above here as he's looking at the site plan. They have a 12-foot easement on their parcels. The applicant's parcels that he's intending to acquire also have a 12-foot wide easement across all the back of all these parcels. And that's currently paid as like a 24-foot private road behind the houses. So that's something they're gonna have to, I guess, address of occupying part of that.
Yeah, no, I believe it's 6 feet, 6 feet. I don't think it's 24 feet behind. it.
So it's 12 feet that's actually on these parcels that are of that easement. So if you look at the Dowwood plans, I think it was
Right.
19.
That would be Capitol Heights. This would be,
So this was platted with Capitol Heights. The old milk alleys. playground,
no, marketplace. This was what's the marketplace development.
but it's
um,
more recent. A lot of times we find 4-foot, 6-foot wide milk alleys.
So just, yes, this is a paved easement in the back. So basically the properties that would be above here, people aren't parking in the easement to the parcels adjacent. But for these parcels, people are just parking parallel in the easements. It's already kind of blocked. But that's just like a technicality of, addressing that at some point. I have no additional comments. That was kind of between the three sites, that was really the only primary concern. I do know the condition did have these coming up to the prevailing street in the front. So there's a 0-foot front setback. So I did know the applicant revised up to 4 feet in the setback. So I do know that does not meet the condition as stated.
we would not be agreeable to the 0-foot setback. Nothing there has a 0-foot setback. It's about 4 feet. The porches on Fulton do. Everywhere else, it's about a 4-foot setback in the rest of the development. It is only Fulton Street, the one side for one prevailing block, it's 0. We'd prefer a 4-foot setback. I mean, that would be the porch right against the sidewalk.
On that.
So I believe, so what the applicant then is requesting for, this would be condition 2 for all 3 of the project sites to not be amenable to the 0-foot setback in the front. So our general comment is the traditional development pattern in the city is to have houses built up to the setback in the front. And that would also increase, have a more practical use of the rear yards as well. Sorry?
Do you have any documentation that proves that the other street alignment on that Marion is in fact further back from 0 lot line? Not seeing it.
I mean, I could, one of the issues was usually a go-to source would be the property deeds. In this case, since the deeds were very complicated, I couldn't just pull up one deed because they're under this whole HRA and the applicant. We were looking over the deeds. It's not very clear where they're being referenced for the sizes, and that's the go-to source on this. So I don't have like a clear where the street is in relation to the lot. But that would be the burden on the applicant for the land development.
We could make that a conditional validation.
For this, just because I do not feel like coming back for this small of a thing, I'll go with 0 foot.
So are we looking to have a motion on all 3 together then, Jacob? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, that would be recommended.
That's fine, as long as everyone's good with it.
Mr. McKenzie.
No question.
We're voting on all three at the same time. Or do I have to list them?
You want me to keep doing the motions? I'm just
I
giving,
think they're
You've gotten
approval.
really good at it.
yeah, no kidding. I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions.
For Marion Street.
From Marion
Townhomes.
Street, Fourth Street North and Fourth Street South.
We're good, as long as that'll be good enough for the record. So,
It's been moved and second to approve of the three sites. All those in favor state with the conditions. All those in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed and abstention. Motion carried.
Yes, moving on now we're on to the parking lots. This is the last thing here. We have three different proposed parking lots. So I will go over these, starting with the 6-space Marion Street parking lot.
You're gonna do these separate?
Yes, because there's some, they are quite different. So apologies for the extra time here. So yeah, starting with the 6-space Marion Street parking lot, is for the applicants proposing to construct a 6-space parking lot, which is to provide parking to the proposed townhomes, which is shown on the land development plan 109. So this project site includes the property at 1324 Marion Street, which is a 0.06 acre lot. The project site is bounded by the property at 1330 Marion Street to the north, Marion Street to the east, the property at 1321 North 4th Street to the south, and the properties at 1325 to 1327 North 4th Street to the west. So the Plan Bureau staff recommend the request be approved with the following conditions. Condition 1, if granted approval, so this is the prior land development plan. So then condition 2, the applicant shall coordinate with the city engineer's office to determine appropriate site distances and other safety precautions, considering visibility may be limited due to the lots access being between two existing structures that are built up to the property line. Condition 3, the applicant shall coordinate, the applicant shall construct the proposed parking lot with pervious materials. So similar, that request would be across all the parking lots, that condition. So then condition 4, the applicant shall reconfigure the site to provide space for required plant screening, given the project site has sufficient space for screening along 3 of the 4 lot lines. So Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the following reasons. Reason 1, the Bureau notes the proposed parking lot would enable by right development for the abutting North 4th Street and South End townhomes, greatly mitigating future impacts to the off-street parking supply. Reason 2, the subject parcels to be consolidated demonstrate unique physical circumstances in terms of configuration and access that contributes to the hardship necessitating the relief for reasonable reuse. So just to kind of touch on the reason 1 a little bit. So for all 3 of these parking lots, this is all zoned RM. So there's going to be a variance that's requested here for the use of having a parking lot as a primary use in the RM district. So we see that justification of approving because this is enabling the other lots to be developed, which would otherwise be very difficult to provide that required parking, essentially making other lots developable. So that's kind of that justification, what we're recommending to the zoning hearing board as well.
Only other way around that would be to do a lot consolidation.
Yes, and that's actually what the applicant did with the previous application with a lot of the other sites. You'll notice it's multifamily buildings where they put the parking lot together. In these cases where you have like these townhomes, it's just not practical to consolidate, say, one townhouse with a whole parking lot. So just, yes, that's kind of how, from the staff perspective, that view. So that's kind of all the comments for the 6-space Marion Street lot.
That's not indication of.
I think that's a message there.
Oh. Gentlemen, are you acceptable of the condition?
Correct. These conditions that were just mentioned was 6 space Marion Street lot.
Additional tool. Commissioner Reed.
No, the conditions are good.
Could I get a motion?
Approve with conditions.
Your second. Move the second. Approval of the 6 space Marion Street parking lot. With the conditions, all those in favor, say so.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, so the next parking lot, this is the 8 space Calder Street parking lot. Applicant's proposing an 8 space lot. This is also to provide parking for the townhomes. So this project site, which is shown on the plan set LD 1112, 112. This is the project site includes the properties at 1401 through 1403 Marion Street. This is the 0.06 acre site. It features 2 vacant parcels. This project site is bounded by the property at 1405 Marion Street to the north, the properties at 1400 through 1402 Fulton Street to the east, Calder Street to the south, and Marion Street to the west. So the Planning Bureau staff recommend their requests be approved with the following conditions. So condition 1, this is the requirement for the land development. Condition 2, this is where the applicant shall relocate the access point to the proposed parking lot to the existing private easement to prevent a continuous row of curb cuts onto Calder Street, and to reduce vehicular and pedestrian conflict points and to preserve the existing streetscape along Calder Street. Condition 3, the applicant shall coordinate with the relevant parties regarding the placement of parking spaces into the 12-foot private easement located on the proposed project site. Condition 4, the applicant shall construct the proposed parking lot with pervious materials to mitigate the effects of stormwater runoff. And if they cannot, they must provide sufficient documentation indicating why. So the Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved for the following reasons. So these would be the same reasons as previously stated. So just to touch a little bit on the condition 2. So as discussed with the Marion Street Townhomes, which this is on the same site plan, there is that 12-foot easement that runs where some of the proposed parking spaces are being proposed. So that condition is really just to make sure the applicant coordinates that properly to make sure they go through the correct process of not blocking an easement with the parking spots. Excuse me, that was condition 3 that I was mentioning. So condition 2, that's where the recommendation is to have actually the access point from that easement instead of Calder Street. So that would, as discussed with the applicant, reduce the parking lot down to 5 spaces. So obviously community concerns with that. You would preserve one on-street spot along Calder Street. So some of the primary concerns with that is if you look at the intersection of Marion Street, where they're proposing the curb cut in the Calder Street, and it's not shown on the site plan, but above the parking lot, there's that private easement. So really you'll have 3 curb cuts in a row, so that can create some engineering concerns.
Gentlemen, are you acceptable with the condition?
No. We would lose. Stress again, we've met with the HOA, we're working within their boundaries to accommodate the parking. We gave a design that we feel is acceptable, that would create 8 spaces, provide the necessary parking for the townhomes and the apartment building next door. We would be down to 5 spaces and we'd still be requesting the use of the easement. The easement can be used for the parking spaces. We'd rather use them to have parking for the project than to have it from a narrow alley. The existing road is about, that with actual driveway is about 12 feet. it would not be, we would not interfere with the drive lane in and out of this development by having the additional curb cut. We would if we would go with the planning bureau's recommendation. I can't see losing 3 parking spaces.
You know, no, it would be a net loss, in the lot of 3, and then you preserve at least 1 on-street spot on Calder, so you'd have a net loss of 2 spaces
I mean,
total.
kind of to get into Vern's earlier argument on Capitol Heights. You got 24-foot is required, but realistically, how are you pulling into that 1 space you're describing at the west end of the east side of the lot then? You're doing a complete 180-degree turnaround? No. Let's get real. Engineering standard is never gonna happen. It's gonna be a 4-space parking lot.
Are we indeed talking LD 112?
Yes.
I'm not seeing enough information. You'll understand what you're talking about.
I have my information here. I'm proposing this. They want to take.
If you could, because I'm not following.
This is their. They want us to.
Yeah, so you'd lose the 3 parking spots, along that easement in the upper part. That's just that recommendation. So I mean, there would be, I think, some circulation challenges, in this lot either way. Just given, you know, as mentioned in that previous plan where you have the spots kind of at the end there.
What is the holdback? What are these elements here? Planning buffers, or what are they, or?
You're not looking at the one I gave today. That was an error on the previous drawing. The ones I gave today had that corrected.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry. All right. That was
That's what we should be seeing. And then what am I seeing here? Are there homes on these?
So this is side lot.
That is a home. That is also, that's a side lot to this.
And again, that condition is to have the access just from the easement instead of Calder Street. Obviously, it's kind of a tough spot here. I mean, you look at kind of preserving that urban design along Calder Street. You have that verge spacing the sidewalk and the trees. That's pretty consistent all along Calder Street. So there would be some aesthetic issues by having the proposed curb cut, but then you have the issue of losing off-street parking. So kind of 2 tough spots there. And I'll also note generally too, there is a requirement for the parking that you have to have a tree for every 3,000 square feet of parking area. So the applicant will have to find a location for a tree as well. That's going to be the case for all the. It can be actually in the right of way as well.
It's less than 3,000.
Yeah, because that'll be relevant for 44 space lot.
I would note that it would not require that requirement, but also that there's existing trees within the right of way now that would not be affected.
Struggling with detail of the plan. I don't find a map.
Yeah, and I've noted the staff review of this lot was from the applicant's original submission of this site plan, given this was received on Monday. So the review was looking at the where they included a larger, I guess, project site. So that would affect the extent of the relief being requested of what was originally discussed. But the relief wouldn't change. It's still the same relief.
Commissioner Reed?
It'd be I had the property at 1334, so it'd be 1380, or maybe 1400 block. Oh, of Calder,
context. that we give.
Commissioner Merrick,
I'm not sure, what to do about this one. The applicants. The Bureau is not acceptable of the applicant's design and the applicant's not acceptable of the Bureau's proposed design changes, so. And I see the challenges from both sides with this parking lot. I'm really not sure what.
I would note, excuse me, I would note, this parking is it satisfies the requirements for the other townhomes that were just voted on, so that could add some complication.
Understood, but if you make these, if you enforce these changes, I mean, you're losing parking. It's not gonna be 8 space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking at this one. I don't know.
I mean. You can use-
Enlist an engineer that's smarter than us.
Well, and that's,
Guy has an idea.
I mean,
I don't know.
you're losing, their proposal is to lose 4 spaces to avoid.
Yeah, and the one challenge, this is a challenging site for a parking lot. That's kind of why there's two difficult decisions, as well. Really having that 60-foot, space, that's why there's requests for this plant screenings. It is just kind of tight for this use. But as why we're recommending approval of it still is got to have parking basically to build some of these sites.
No, I don't have any other.
commissioners, will I have a motion?
Why did it, why see the 33'6" curve cut?
No, 20,
Oh, just put on your new drawing again. All right. Because the drawing I have, the old drawing was showing 33.
no, that's not great. It'd just be the 24-foot requirement, 23.
And actually looking at the revised site plan, it is 1 inch short of the 24 feet needed for the two-way. I don't know if that was just like an error having it 23 feet by 11 inches. I think your site, it is off by 6 inches, yeah. So it's actually not up to that two-way drive standard of 24 feet. I do apologize. First time I've seen this revised plan.
The parcel, I'm looking at the LDP now, is 60 feet. Parcel 60 feet, it could accommodate a 24-foot drive line.
Okay, so I would recommend just revising that 23 feet by 11 inches there.
Commissioners, motion for or continuation?
I believe if you put a continuation on this, you'll have to put a continuation on the townhomes as well, because the requirements for them will change.
Okay, there's a second. Move the second. Continuation on 8 Space Water Street parking. All those in favor, state by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Sir, if you would just bring this complete document.
Mine is.
This is not complete. That's bullshit. We've been here for hours trying to put this together for you because you did not give us. This is not, I can show you. I'm not talking about, I'm talking about what's in front of me, what documents we have. They have not been complete. They have not been adequate for the process. We're not here to guess at what's in your mind, and that's what you're asking. You should be appreciative that we came out and did this for you. We could have denied this tonight. We could have continued it. We stayed here for more hours, and I don't like your attitude.
Let's get whatever, gentlemen, both of you. Let's stay in order.
Moving to the 40, excuse me, sorry. So moving to the last parking lot, the 44 space parking lot. The applicant is proposing to construct a 44 space parking lot, which is to provide parking for the overall project. So this project site includes the properties at 1316 through 1334 William Street and 1337 through 1339 James Street. This site is approximately 0.28 acres, featuring 9 vacant parcels and 1 detached single-family home located at 1328 William Street. The project site is generally bounded by Calder Street to the north, William Street to the east, Safer Street to the south, and the properties at James Street to the west. The Planning Bureau staff recommend the request be approved with the following conditions. Condition 1, if granted approval for the requested zoning relief, the applicant will subsequently file land development plan lot consolidation. Condition 2, the applicant shall reconfigure the site to accommodate an internal traffic flow between the 10 space and 34 space portions of the proposed parking lot, which would reduce the number of curb cuts along Calder Street, preserving the on-street parking supply and the existing streetscape of the subject street. Condition 3, the applicant shall construct the proposed parking lot with pervious materials. This again is to manage stormwater runoff. So the Planning Bureau recommend the request be approved for the following reasons. So these would be these, reason 1 is the same reason as previously noted. And reason 2, the proposed parking lot will not alter the significant character of the neighborhood, given that there is adjacent surface parking lots at 326 and 312 Verbeck Street. These are the parking lots right by the Broad Street Market.
No.
Accepted.
There's more parking again.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner O'Toole? Commissioner Reed?
I'd like to also note, for this, they will have to actually have the tree requirement we're discussing, because that 3,000 square feet per tree for a parking lot. So the applicant will just have to ensure that they have, they'll actually have to probably be in the public right of way, since this site doesn't really have space to accommodate that as submitted.
I do have a question as I'm thinking through the planning bureau's conditions. So, you know, by reconfiguring the condition to reconfigure the parking lot, which would reduce subsequently reduce the number of parking spaces that the applicant's providing, which are being used towards the other properties. Have you considered then how you are by, you know what I mean, by placing this demand on the applicant?
Yep.
To revise the parking, to reduce the number of, ultimately, it's gonna reduce the number of spaces they're providing, that's helping afford relief for other things. Have you taken that into consideration, and what are you doing about that? Like,
Yes, a very good question. So yeah, so they will have to.
it's just problematic, I mean, it's problematic to me to make these changes.
Yeah, I agree. It would add a challenge to some of the
So what are
parking
you, what's your
requirements.
solution? What is the solution that the planning bureau is offering?
So there would have to be additional relief from one of the sites if they do alter as proposed
Additional relief for, so additional parking.
for the off-street
relief,
parking
off-street
requirements.
parking
Yes.
requirement. So would they have to choose which building sites that would be? Are you dictating that?
So that would
How
be-
does that work?
That would be a decision of the applicant.
Okay.
And I think we discussed at the special meeting last week. You know, especially for the 10 space, if it's submitted, you know, if it's approved as proposed here, you do have those angled spots in that 10 space lot. So I do know there's circulation issues as presented here. Having that two-way with a slant angle parking, obviously. I believe the applicant mentioned they'd be fine with
Yeah,
at
I
least
think-
changing the angle parking in that 10 space area.
I do think that I do recall that is something that I think I brought up actually.
Yes,
last
that's
week
something.
about the angled spaces being problematic.
And I believe as proposed, just to kind of refresh everyone's memory from the applicants, is this, you're doing the one way into the 34 space. It wasn't clear what was the ingress, where was the egress for the 34 space. So that would, you know, we'd want to see that kind of clarified as well. I believe it was from Saferd Street for the ingress, and Calder Street for the egress.
And do you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Before I ask for a vote, we're going to record it. I'm going to apologize. If us getting loud and interruptible, and also not apologizing for that. I try to keep these meetings in a nice order, and people hollering at each other. So, going forth, our challenge is the motion carries. Limits. So the applicant is going to have to do their work. I apologize to the public. This happened. I don't want to see. So with that, we're going to ask the commissioners to vote on this. On whether 44 space parking. We make a motion.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna motion a continuance if the applicant it would be amenable to that for this parking lot.
Is there a second? Been moved to second, we'll continue on 44 space parking lot. All those in favor, say by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. One extension. 111. Harrisburg. That's the last one. Okay, is there anything else on the agenda? Anything update? Or?
No other business, just want to say, it's been a pleasure working with you guys for the past year. So Jeffrey Knight will be taking over the starting next month. So it's nice getting my feet wet with you guys the past year, and so I'm moving on to something else. So
You know, you have to have Jeff again.
he's watching this from Greece right now.
Where are you going? Another city?
So I'm joining the Peace Corps actually. So
Wow. Very good.
thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Like him.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. I try not to let it go to my head.
Because you did a very detailed reports. Some people don't.
Sorry if you had to read them.
Good luck in future endeavors.
Thank you.
I get a motion for adjournment. Is there a second? 30 seconds.